Chapter 302. Qin Bao Bao screamed and kicked Tiny Tot away. She hid behind her brother with a disgusted expression. Teddy was not discouraged after being kicked away. It wagged its tail briskly and scurried over again. Qin Zhe kicked it away again and shouted, "Mom, why is there a teddy in our house? Why would there be a pet dog in the house?" There was a rule in the Qin family that no dogs were allowed, just like the rule of no dogs in the comment section. It all started when Qin Zhe was a child. At that time, he was only 6 years old. He was a cute little Shota. He would follow his sister all day long and run around the neighborhood. He was really high. Once, he bumped into a bitch that had just given birth. The bitch was very aggressive and turned around to bite him. Qin Bao Bao, who was 9 years old at that time, screamed and pounced on the bitch, but she was bitten as well. After so many years, the scars had faded with time, but the trauma in his heart was still there. Since then, Qin Zhe was afraid of dogs. Even now, he would subconsciously avoid large pet dogs. Just ignore it. Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. "How can I? This dog keeps staring at my sister." Qin Zhe kicked it away again. "We'll send it back in a few days. Bear with it," Qin Ma said. "I can't help it. I want to kill it now." Qin Zhe kicked the teddy away again. He kicked it as he walked. When they came to the living room, the old man was sitting on the sofa, watching TV as if he did not notice his children. He was focused on his financial news. Qin Bao Bao jumped onto the sofa in her high heels to avoid the teddy's relentless entanglement. Teddy wandered around the sofa for a long time. His forelimbs lay on the sofa as if he wanted to climb up. However, apart from the strength of his waist, his athletic ability was obviously not good. After failing, he shook his tail in disappointment and suddenly looked at Qin Zhe. It smelled the scent of love again. It rushed over and hugged Qin Zhe's calf. The teddy screamed and its small body flew out. "Who gave you the courage to *ck me?" Qin Zhe kicked Teddy away. He quickly took off his shoes and climbed onto the sofa. Qin Zhe suddenly understood why his father was sitting cross-legged on the sofa instead of sitting upright like before. He must be scared of being pestered by the bothersome little demon. "Dad, I miss you so much." Qin Bao Bao hugged her father's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. The old man glanced at his daughter. "What's the matter?" Qin Bao Bao pouted and said, "It's nothing. I just miss Dad." Grandpa Xing knocked her with a chestnut. "Humph, you only come home once every half a month. What are you thinking about? You might as well spend the rest of your life with A's. Don't come back." The old man did not give a good face. He was angry in his heart. This pair of children did not miss home at all. They only came back once every 10 days or half a month. They did not understand their lonely parents at all. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zhe, Grandpa Xing did not know that his words touched the hearts of the siblings. "No, I miss you so much. I'm busy with work and can't find time. I have an advertisement to shoot today, but I haven't seen you for so long. No matter how important work is, it's not as important as Dad. Dad is important, more important than Mom." Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. "Silly girl, Mom doesn't love you, right?" Qin Ma came out with a plate of food and placed it on the dining table. She laughed and scolded, "Silly girl." The teddy ran over and hugged Qin Ma's leg. Qin Ma did not care. It was probably used to it. After a few steps, it slid down. She walked to the kitchen door, kicked it aside, and closed the door. "How's your company?" Grandpa Xing asked. Qin Zhe moved half a meter away from his father and sat upright. "It's pretty good. But it's not as profitable as before. It's too complicated to operate with more funds. The stock market has also become rational. As a son, he certainly can't act like a daughter, holding his father's arm and acting coquettishly. He can't even imagine the picture. The bull market is phased. You should also consider expanding the company's business. You can't always do stocks. The focus needs to change. Grandpa Xing pondered for a moment. I'll send you some information when I get back. It's all related to financial companies. Oh, Dad, I'll give you an email. You can send it here directly. Qin Zhe gave Su Yu's email to Grandpa Xing. It's better to give these things to Su Yu than to give them to him. The secretary will do the extra work. When the meal was ready, Qin Ma asked everyone to come over and eat. Then she picked up the teddy's neck and threw it into the toilet. Mom, where did you get the dog? If you keep the dog at home, my sister and I won't come back. Qin Zhe complained while eating. Qin Bao Bao bit her chopsticks, and the food in her mouth bulged her white and tender face. She thought that it was a good idea. This dog belongs to old Xing next door. Qin Ma said his wife had pancreatitis and was hospitalized. His daughter and son-in-law went to work and had no time to take care of the dog. Didn't you send it to me? The older generation of Shanghai people basically stayed at home and were housewives. This generation of Shanghai people, whether men or women, had to work miserably. The social pressure was increasing day by day. They are also very annoyed with this dog. After raising it for more than a year, they have feelings for it and can't bear to throw it away. Qin Ma said, this little thing is really clingy. Old Zheng lived in the house at the end of the corridor. Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng were very kind. Qin Zhe often went to their house when he was a child and liked to take his sister with him. Because every time his sister went, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng would take out a few pieces of candy and give them to the sister and brother. Follow your sister and you will have meat to eat. This was a principle that Qin Zhe realized when he was a child. Uncle Zheng had a daughter who was 1 year older than Qin Bao. She hated Qin Bao because compared to the little princess, she was like a servant girl, a green leaf that accompanied the flowers. 2 years ago, Uncle Zheng's daughter got married. The old couple was bored and went to the Amazing Fate pet shop next door to buy a pet. At first glance, they liked the active and lively teddy, and its size was just right. It was too big to drag. The manager of the Amazing Fate pet shop was a black-hearted guy. Of course, he couldn't say that teddy wasn't good. He enthusiastically recommended it to them and even gave them a discount. In the end, they only found out what kind of thing teddy was after they bought it. It was lively, but its style was crooked. It would *ck anything it caught. If there was nothing it could *ck, it could *ck the sky, the earth, and the air. The old couple was sick of it. They went to the manager of the pet shop, but the guy still wouldn't return it. He said that 7 days had passed. Uncle Zheng also used to be a young man who sold pancakes with his butt. He felt the same way and couldn't bear to see the pet so hungry. There were many painful things in life, but the most painful thing for a man was that the iron rod was useless. After discussing with his wife, he went to the pet shop again and bought a little bitch. Then, the two teddies had sex from morning to night. Their overlapping figures could be seen all the time in the house, interacting lovingly. After eating too much of this authentic dog food, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng couldn't stand it anymore. Before the 7 days passed, they returned the little bitch. After dinner, Qin Zhe went to the bathroom and found Teddy mopping. As it mopped, it turned its head to look at him, its small eyes full of innocence. Sigh, it's all so pitiful. Qin Zhe shook his head. Speaking of which, he and Teddy were in the same boat. What use do I have for this iron rod? Qin Zhe sang and took out his iron rod to pee. With a shiver, he suddenly felt that the world was dull. At the same time, Teddy also quietly shivered and suddenly felt that the world was dull. After the world was dull, Teddy sniffed the mop and left the bathroom with its head down. After dinner, Chinma washed the dishes in the kitchen, and the old man went to read his financial news. Since his position as the head of the family was threatened, the old man's motivation to study had never been stronger, just like when he was hanging a beam over his head to take the college entrance exam. It was a good thing to want one's son to be successful. Wasn't that what all parents wanted? But the Chin family was a little different. The salted fish raised by the Chin family suddenly turned into a dragon overnight. Chin Ma and the old man still felt that it was incredible when they thought about it. They didn't understand the words of the internet, otherwise, they would have asked suspiciously, "Do you have a PY transaction?" "Dad, there seems to be a quarrel downstairs. I heard from your mom that a film crew came to our neighborhood to film and had a conflict with one of the owners. Then let the property management kick them out." Sigh, the film crew pays the property management. How can they kick them out? They're trying to mediate now. Oh, what's there to film in our shabby neighborhood? What's wrong with our neighborhood? If it was 10 years ago, it would have been pretty good. They like to film family ethics dramas like our neighborhood. In the living room, Chin Bao Bao chatted with the old man. Chin Zhe walked down the long corridor, past his and his sister's room, past his parents' bedroom and past the bathroom. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and kicked Teddy away. He tiptoed, pushed open the old man's study, slipped in through the crack of the door, and closed the door quietly. Chapter 303. Chin Zhe's habit of keeping a diary was cultivated by the old man. When he was in school when he was a child, the teacher yelled, keep a diary every day. If you don't keep a diary for a day, you will forget it." Then, he treated writing a diary as homework and asked every primary school student to write a diary at home. As for the benefits of writing a diary and why he wrote a diary, Chin Zhe did not know and did not understand. Later, the old man said, Confucius said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day. This is the purpose of a diary." At that time, Chin Zhe was still young. He blinked his innocent eyes and said, "I don't understand." The old man put away his literary illness and said earnestly, "Write down what happens every day in a diary. It's not just simply recording things. You have to write down your own feelings, conclusions, and self-reflection. You have to attach your emotions to the tip of the pen." Chin Zhe said weakly, "Papa, I still don't understand." The old man sighed and said, "If you are half as smart as Bao Bao, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." Chin Zhe had never seen the old man's diary, but since he taught him as his son, the old man should also have the habit of keeping a diary. "That's right, I am here to peek at the old man's diary. I want to understand what happened back then, but this kind of thing can't be asked and can't be revealed directly, so peeking at the old man's diary is the best choice." The old man was a cultured person. He had a kind of literary disease in his bones. He liked to keep all kinds of books. Things like diaries, he would definitely keep them. Of course, if Chin Zhe guessed correctly, the old man probably did not know. However, he could still pry into it through the clues he left behind. Chin Zhe rummaged through the study, including the bookshelf and the safe, but he could not find the diary. The old man's ability to hide things is first class. Is there any secret compartment in the study that I don't know? Chin Zhe lifted the hand-embroidered landscape painting by Chin Ma hanging on the wall. The wall was very solid, and there were no hidden compartments. At this time, it was a test of his strong memory. It was always like this on TV. When the villain's children discovered their father's secret, they would search for evidence in the study but find nothing. Just when they were anxious, they would have a magical flash of inspiration and remember something from their childhood. Then, they would be enlightened and discover their father's secret. Nothing was found. The plot of the TV series was indeed unreliable, and the memory of a person was also unreliable. When he was a child, he was most afraid of two things: the fear of being controlled by his father's large magical weapon, and the shame of being locked up in the study to reflect on his mistakes. In his memory, other than this wall, he didn't have any impression of anything else. At this time, Qin picked up the blue book on the upper right corner of the desk and opened it. Friday, December 15, 2017. Weather clear. Qin's liver hurt. I spent so much effort looking for you, but you were just lying quietly on the table. What happened to your dignity as a diary? The old man's heart was really big. How could he just leave the diary on the desk like that? Looking at the date, this diary was written yesterday. It obviously had no reference value, but Qin couldn't help but flip through it. Sneaking a peek at his father's diary was really exciting. It wasn't any less exciting than his own sister. The fluctuation of the stock market has been a little high recently. There are a lot of leveraged funds leaving the market, and a lot of them entering the market. This is a ticking time bomb. Today, little Lon asked me how the stock market was doing, and I said it was very good. Actually, I've lost tens of thousands in the past few days. But I can't say it. My son is earning money every day, but I'm losing so much. It'll be embarrassing if I say it out loud. I'll ask him for shares another day. The "ask him for shares another day" part was very flirtatious. The old man's diary was unexpectedly interesting. It even revealed his flirtatious heart. Qin resisted the urge to continue flipping through the diary. It was more important to get down to business. If the old man came in from outside and bumped into them, even if his sister begged for mercy, he wouldn't be able to escape a beating. This diary was written this year and last year. He wondered if there were any more notebooks from more than 20 years ago. Fortunately, there were indeed some. The blue diary was placed on a bookcase. It was the kind of bookcase that was similar to the hardcover editions of the 4 great classical novels. There were a few diaries inside. They were of different thickness. Some had black covers, some had purple covers, some had white covers. Some were new, some were old. Qin pulled out a yellow diary from the bottom. Although the old man had taken care of it carefully, the years had left obvious traces on it. The leather had faded and yellowed, and it could be torn to pieces with just a little force. He flipped open the diary to take a look. No, the date on the first page was 1999. At that time, not to mention Qin was already 2 or 3 years old. He switched to another one and flipped it open. The date on the first page was 1992, February 3rd, holding an oil paper umbrella, alone, wandering in the long, and lonely alley in the rain. I hope to meet a girl like Lilac, with sorrow and resentment. Today, I met a girl. She didn't have any sorrow or resentment. Her voice was soft, her eyes were gentle, and she exuded a refreshing aura like lilac. I fell in love with her. The next time we meet, I'll give her this poem. I'll wait at the factory entrance. February 20th, the first time I asked her out to play, I rode a bicycle and took her to lie in the early spring sunlight. I was a little cold, and my nose was running. The radio by the roadside was singing a song, "Thank you for this new era of free love, thank you for God." Qin imagined that scene. The young old man was wearing 90s clothes, a pair of liberation shoes, and riding a black bicycle. On the back seat was Qin Ma with 2 ponytails and a floral cotton-padded jacket. They shuttled through the cheerful atmosphere of reform and opening up, singing in his ears, "The East is red, the sun rises." At that time, the old man must have felt that he was a handsome rich second generation who drove a BMW to pick up girls, right? April 18th, I bumped into her younger brother at the entrance of the factory. He was a little pervert who dared to yell at me. I slapped him. Xiaolan had a big fight with me and brought her younger brother into the factory. I was very sad. April 30th, her family knows that I'm in a relationship with her. I heard that my future father-in-law doesn't like me. I know that he looks down on me. He's a leader in the factory, and my father is just a poor teacher. Of course, it was her brother who told me this. I was very angry, so I slapped him again. That little pervert is so handsome, so hateful. Qin Zhe, no wonder the relationship between uncle and dad was not good. May 28th, today is a day worth remembering. Little Lon and I have done the deed of husband and wife. It feels very good. This lilac-like girl is the girl I'll like for the rest of my life. I suddenly thought of 2 poems that should be memorized. The silver vase suddenly broke, the water splashed, the iron cavalry rushed out, the sound of swords and spears, the flower path has not been swept by the guest, the door is open for you. Reading up to this point, Qin Zhe suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. If he was caught by the old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, I have to praise the old man for being a cultured person. I can't even understand these poems. After studying classical Chinese for so many years, he only remembered one sentence: the love of chrysanthemum is rarely heard after the pottery. After memorizing so many poems for so many years, he did not remember much. There was only one paragraph: the spring tide brings rain at night, the boat is unmanned in the wild. He continued reading. June 1st. Today, I brought a gift to see my father-in-law, but he kicked me out. I felt embarrassed and had a big fight. I said angrily, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young for being poor. He left in a huff. June 16th, I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her very much. She must miss me too. I asked a friend to send a letter to her, and we met at night. We whispered sweet nothings to each other. After that, Little Lan told me that she was pregnant. September 20th, Little Lan's pregnancy gradually became obvious. After discussing it with my father, he brought me to the Su family to propose marriage. My father and the Su family quarreled and almost fought, but the marriage was settled smoothly. She was very happy, and so was my father. That night, we got drunk. My father said that he hoped that Little Lan would give the Qin family a fat grandson. So that's how my sister came about. What about me? How did I come about? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. May 1993, my daughter was born, but I went to the capital to study and did not see her birth. I felt guilty toward Little Lan and her mother. My father called me to tell me that they were safe and sound. But my father sighed, and I knew the reason. He wanted a grandson. Reading up to this point, Qin Zhe's heart thumped a few times. He skipped this book and searched for it in other books. He and his sister were more than 2 years apart, almost 3 years apart. Then, if there was a record in the diary, it should be at least 2 years later. He found it. November 1994, Little Lan is pregnant. I told my father the news, and my father was very comforted. He held my hand and said, "You are the eldest in the family and my only son. I can't figure it out all these years. The Qin family needs a leader so that my father can live a stable life in the future. When this child is born, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, my father is satisfied." I patted his hand and said, "Don't worry." June. I discussed it with Little Lan and planned to let her go to the countryside to nurture the baby and give birth. Her belly was already showing, and she couldn't stay in Shanghai anymore. Little Lan asked me if I wanted a child too. I looked at her and didn't say anything, but I knew in my heart that I did. Qin Zhe was very melancholic and wanted to smoke. I'm still an embryo, and the country can't tolerate me anymore. September. There's still more than a month before she gives birth. I'm very nervous. Because of work, I can only stay in Zhejiang province for 2 days a week to accompany her. Fortunately, Su Guang is with her the rest of the time. October. The child is born. It's a boy. Su Guang called to tell me. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. At that time, my father was seriously ill in bed and stayed in the hospital to take care of him. When my children were born, I couldn't be by little Lan's side. I feel guilty. This time, Qin Zhe didn't understand. He didn't need to ask Yuan Fong to know that something was wrong. But looking at the old master's diary, he couldn't tell who the child his mother was talking about was. As expected, his father was the dumbest. He didn't know anything. November. Bring A's back to Shanghai and naturalize him. Fine him 30,000 yuan. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. In the future, I will whip him and teach him to be a talent. Only then will I not let down the pain now. Qin Zhe, is this the reason why you beat me up for so many years? I'm so tired. I'm really not your biological son. Suddenly, the door lock clicked. Someone twisted the handle outside and opened the door. Chapter 304. Qin Zhe. Sigma, Qin Zhe's little heart stopped beating. He felt as if a cold snake had crawled over his back. His breathing stopped subconsciously, and his bladder hurt. To sum it up, he was so scared that he peed his pants. If he was caught by his father in this situation, he would definitely die a horrible death. It would be worse than rubbing his sister on the bed. There were so many private things in the diary, including his father's flirtatious thoughts when he was young, and there were also a few particularly appropriate lines of poetry. If his son peeked at such a private thing, he would definitely break his legs. Sigh, why do I keep thinking about breaking my legs? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Zhe's mind. He planned a way for himself to survive. Use the system to erase his father's memory. The low-level system obviously didn't have such a function. Do it like a primary school student who wore glasses and gave Uncle Maori a shot of anesthesia. Even the low-level system didn't have such a tool. What should I use to save myself? Could it be that he had to learn from Emperor Taizong of Tang and do it? Shimin kneels down and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. The door to the study opened. There was a small gap in the door, and a head poked in. It was a charming and beautiful face that could topple countries. Her eyes were as bright as stars. She turned around and whispered, "Little pervert, why are you sneaking around in Dad's study?" Qin Zhe, he felt as if his body had been emptied. Suddenly, he thought of a saying, "Fortune is a tender person. Fate is truly a tormenting little fairy. Come here, I'll definitely beat you to death." Qin Zhe waved at his troublesome sister. Qin Bao Bao entered the study, closed the door, and skipped over. "Oh, you peeked at Dad's diary. I'm going to tell on you." There seemed to be a flash of light in his sister's eyes. "Nonsense, I was just casually flipping through it. I didn't even know that this was Dad's diary." Qin Zhe flatly denied. He gave his sister's waist a finger tap. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Qin Bao Bao let out a low cry. She covered her waist and said angrily, "It's good that you were scared to death. Then why did you enter Dad's study?" I. Qin Zhe was speechless. "Can't I come in to look at the scenery?" The elder sister smiled slyly. "Sure, I'm also here to enjoy the scenery." She sat on the desk and opened the diary. Qin Zhe was shocked. It's wrong to peek at a diary. He reached out to grab it. The elder sister knew that she couldn't snatch it from Qin Zhe, so she clamped her legs around Qin Zhe's waist and laid down on the table. Then, she raised her hands high above her head and tilted her head 90 degrees to read the diary. "It's not good for you to do this. You're invading Dad's privacy. Be good, give it to me. Qin rushed over to grab it. His whole body was almost on top of his sister. You're the only one allowed to violate her, but I'm not allowed to violate her. I don't care, I want to read it. Qin Bao wriggled her body and parried him. She lay on the table. When she wriggled her body, a certain part of her body shook violently. Qin didn't dare to really lay on top of his sister. He tried a few times but failed. He felt a little uncomfortable with his waist being clamped between her legs. The elder sister's body was too domineering. He accidentally straightened up. Okay. I won't snatch it. Let go of your legs, let go. Qin voice was a little strange. I won't let go. If I let go, you'll snatch my diary. Ha, you're an overborn bum. When you were born, Dad wasn't around. Only Uncle was with Mom. Qin Bao giggled. Perhaps it was because of the thick winter clothes, or because her attention was on the diary. She didn't notice Qin's abnormality at first. She continued to wriggle her body happily and read the diary. Ha! 30,000 yuan fine. So Dad didn't like you since you were young. Ha ha ha. It's a miracle that you're still alive. It's because of Grandpa's connections that you're registered. Otherwise, you'd be an illegal resident. The family planning policy back then was extremely strict. For those who had experienced it, it was a nightmare that they didn't want to recall. Once they recalled it, they would be taken care of by the great god Hsia. At this point, the elder sister's voice stopped abruptly. She also noticed that something was wrong. That secret was a tacit understanding between the siblings. If Qin could think of it, the intelligent elder sister would definitely think of it as well. Her smile gradually faded. Her charming face was expressionless, like a lifeless paper flower. Her eyelashes trembled. Is there a diary from when I was born? Qin sighed. Yes. When you were born, Dad wasn't around either. After you were born, Grandpa called Dad to tell him that you were safe. Grandpa was very sorry that you were a girl, not a boy. Qin Bao's delicate brows were tightly knitted. She was thinking and silent. She tried to deduce the truth from the clues, but to no avail. From the diary, there was nothing unusual at all. The elder sister couldn't help but think of Qin's previous lament. Dad doesn't know anything. 3 seconds of silence for Dad. Then the only way to figure out the matter between me and my younger brother is to have a showdown with Mom. Or find the man written in my younger brother's diary, the man who met Mom at the Rainbow Bridge. But according to my younger brother's diary, that man looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Where can I find him? There are so many people in China. We lack everything, but we don't lack people. After calming down, Qin Bao finally noticed that something was wrong. There was a murderous aura between her younger brother's legs. This murderous aura was so strong that it interrupted Qin Bao's thoughts, causing her mind to be in a mess. She raised her head and looked down. Then, her sister's face turned red. It gradually turned red, the kind that was bright and alluring. I told you to loosen your legs, but you didn't, Qin said awkwardly. My, isn't just for decoration. Disgusting. Qin Bao scolded with a red face. Gotcha. The door of the study opened with a crisp sound. Then, the doorknob was twisted. Someone was about to enter. Qin. Sigma, Qin Bao, degree, I'm done for. Qin was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The person who came in earlier might have been his elder sister. Now, his elder sister was in the study. There was no one else in the house except for Dad and Mom. In other words, the person who came in was either dad or mom. The siblings felt like their livers were about to explode. They had never felt so hopeless in their lives. Their lives had never been so exciting. Qinzai's heart was filled with sorrow. In the end, he could not escape from Shimin kneels and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. Qin Bao Bao should have loosened her legs. However, if she did, her younger brother's murderous aura would not be between her legs. Instead, it would be naked in front of Dad. This was not a chicken dinner, but a knife dinner. Bao Bao was mentally exhausted. Bao Bao did not know how to choose. Qinzai glanced at his elder sister's beautiful, watery eyes. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her younger brother's deep eyes. Qinzai, sister, save me. Qin Bao Bao, brother, save me. Qinzai, don't loosen your legs. I'll take care of the diary. Qin Bao Bao, hom. The elder sister exerted strength in her legs and hooked her younger brother. Qinzai, hey, I can't suppress my murderous aura if you keep doing this. Let go of your legs. Qin Bao Bao, got it. Her long legs loosened slightly. The old man opened the door and walked in. The scene in the study stunned him. It was an eyesore. Chapter 305. The old man was stunned for a long time. His daughter was lying on his beloved desk, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan. She was holding a book and rocking it back and forth. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. His son was lying on his daughter's body and was moving vigorously. His daughter said loudly, "No, no." She was resisting with all her might. Ah! Oh my God! A surge of energy surged from the old man's body. His blood was boiling. Wait! It looked like they were fighting for something. That thing looked very familiar. What are you doing? The old man shouted angrily. The brother and sister trembled and looked over at the same time. Their faces were full of fear. This was definitely not an act. Dad, he wanted to peek at your diary. I held him down for you. Qin Bao Bao accused her brother loudly. Dad, I didn't look at it. I just happened to pick it up. Then Sis came in. Qinzai said, I was afraid that she would look at it, so I kept trying to grab it. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment his father pushed the door open, his heart still skipped a beat. Then, he restrained his killing intent and calmed down a lot. The only question was, would this stimulation leave any terrible side effects in the future? Nonsense. I didn't want to look at the diary. I was afraid that you would peek. Qin Bao Bao's face was still a bit red. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. Oh, then I might have misunderstood you. We didn't mean to look at the diary. Qinzai's waist was still pressed against his sister's. The old man stood at the door, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then put the diary back, Qinzai said. If I put it back, what if you peek again? I won't put it back, Qin Bao Bao said. Put it back. I won't put it back. The brother and sister talked nonsense, trying to buy time. Then, they exchanged glances. Why is your killing intent still not cooling down? Sis can't act anymore. How would I know? I can't control it. It's all your fault for having such disgusting thoughts. Annoying. It's all your fault for having such a domineering body. You little devil. The old man's mouth twitched. His daughter and son's posture was too much for his eyes. Qinzai said loudly, Dad, don't misunderstand. Yes, I really didn't peek at the diary. Before he could finish his sentence, old Masterly had already sliced his scalp off. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she quickly sat up and threw the diary on the table. She acted like a spoiled child and said, "Dad, the little red guy didn't have a chance to read it. When I came in, he just picked it up." As she spoke, she hugged the old man's arm, giving her younger brother a chance to shrink his waist and adjust. "How old are you? You even fooled around with your younger brother." The old man poked her head, and then his eyes fell on the diary. Using the rhetoric of martial arts novels, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, the hair on his back stood up, the breath in his dantian surged, and his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, this diary was a diary from many, many years ago. It was placed at the bottom. Now that the diary at the bottom had been searched, who would believe that he hadn't read the diary at the front? "I'm not a university professor if I believe you." The old man exploded. He felt that all his little secrets had been spied on by his son. When a cultured person flew into a rage out of humiliation, it was even more terrifying. At this moment, he had never felt such a strong urge to clean up his house. "I'll beat you to death, you little red guy." The old man took out his belt and whipped Shinzei hard. "Who taught you to be so sneaky? Are you trying to rebel?" He got beaten again. Shinzei bared his teeth and didn't dodge. He let his father whip him with the belt, just like how he used to be beaten by a feather duster. He was no longer the child he used to be, but when his father taught him a lesson, he still subconsciously stood at attention. When he was in middle school, he also thought that if this man hit him again, he would beat him back. However, it was just a thought. He didn't dare to hit his father. Today, he was in the wrong. He had peeked at the old man's diary and exposed his little secret. Anyone would be furious. Besides, compared to being found out by the old man that he had exposed his murderous intent to his sister, being beaten up for peeking at the diary seemed easier. "Dad, don't hit him." Qin Bao Bao went forward and hugged the old man's arm to prevent him from hitting her brother. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and heartache. "If you don't hit him, he'll rebel." The old man was flustered. Anyone would be flustered. Shinzei thought, "You're indeed taking this opportunity to take revenge on me for taking away your position as the head of the family. Mom is mine, and so is sister. I won't let you hit him." Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qin Ma, who had heard the commotion, happened to hear this. Mother Qin stood at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her was so thrilling that she felt her soul being shaken. The father took out his belt and pretended to hit his son. The son stood at attention without saying a word. However, there was stubbornness and a hint of disdain in his eyes. The panicked and helpless beautiful daughter hugged her father's hand that was holding the belt and shouted, "I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him." Qin Ma, who had watched a lot of family dramas over the years, instantly filled up all kinds of melodramatic plots in her mind. Could it be, had the two of them finally taken that step? Old Qin caught them red-handed. What should I do? Should I confess? Should I tell the truth? Otherwise, my son will be beaten to death. Life is so hopeless. Qin Ma's body swayed and she lost her balance. She leaned against the door and tears of sorrow flowed down her face. "Oh, why is Mom crying?" Qin Zhe was facing the door and was the first to see his mother crying. He was startled and hurried over to comfort her. Mother Qin grabbed her son's hand and was overcome with grief. Suddenly, she heard her daughter's voice. "Dad, look. I only took a few glances at the diary and you're hitting me. You're hurting me so much that I'm crying." Qin Ma. Diary. Qin Ma looked at her son. Qin Zhe nodded. "Mom, don't cry. I'm thick-skinned. It's okay." Qin Ma looked at her husband again. The old man said angrily, "This grandson. Ah no, this kid sneaked into the study and peeped at my diary. I'll beat him to death." So it was just a diary. The world suddenly became beautiful and life was no longer hopeless. Qin Ma wiped her tears and said, "Sneaky. Who taught you to peep at Dad's diary?" She looked at her husband again. "Don't hit him so hard. There's not enough food at home. There's nothing Bao Bao and A's like. I'll go out and have a look." Qin Ma turned around and walked away. The family of three. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Mom. Isn't she crying because I was beaten up?" Qin Bao Bao thought, "What's going on? Is Mom finally going through menopause?" The old man thought, "Is Xiaolon being sarcastic? If I hit her again, will she sleep in the living room tonight?" The three of them were confused. "I'll teach you a lesson later." The old man pointed at Qin Zhe and kept the diary. "Get out now." The siblings slipped out of the study. They felt that from now on, there would be something called a hidden compartment in the study. "Host, your mom's mental fluctuations are very intense," the system suddenly said. "Your mom's mental fluctuations are intense." Qin Zhe didn't react. He subconsciously retorted, "Wait, you said my mom's mental fluctuations are intense?" "Yes." The system said, "The intensity is not weaker than the host's just now. Mom's emotional fluctuations. She was very calm just now. She didn't feel sorry for her son at all. I don't want my mom anymore. I only want my sister. A good mom and dad are not as good as a big sister who can kiss me. If you can read my mother's brain waves, then can you analyze her thoughts? It's like reading her mind." Qin Zhe asked in his heart. "Sorry, I can't. The system doesn't have a language conversion function." The system said regretfully. "It's okay. I'm already mentally prepared." Qin Zhe comforted. "That's strange. I was frightened just now. Frightened that I might lose my life. No matter how much Mom loves me, she wouldn't be so frightened when she saw me being hit. What's the reason?" Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Could it be that his dad's diary was hiding some unknown secret? The scene just now replayed in his mind frame by frame. Mom's heartbroken tears. Mom's sigh of relief when she heard about the diary. Mom turned around and left. Her light footsteps. There was also her father's angry expression as he waved the whip, his trembling cheeks revealing his anger. Her sister's panic as she hugged her father's arm, her delicate brows furrowed in distress, and her sister shouting, "I won't allow you to hit him." This was definitely her true feelings. Idagawa Qin Zhe thought that he had figured out the truth after careful and high-speed brain waves. He stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with fear. Mom must have noticed that something was wrong with him and his sister. The system said, "Yes. It's the intense brain waves that the host is experiencing now." Ouch! Sister bumped into him. She staggered a few steps back. The fat on her chest shook. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Sister hit him angrily. "Suddenly stopped, but I won't do it." Qin Zhe swallowed. "I suddenly felt weak in my legs." At the end of the corridor, Teddy was happily licking the table leg. It turned its head and saw Qin Bao Bao. It seemed to smell the scent of love again. Its black button-like eyes were shining. Teddy moved out. Teddy rushed over at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Teddy launched an attack on Qin Bao Bao's thigh. Teddy flew out. What kind of dog is that pet shop raising? It's so horny. Qin Zhe took back his foot. I've never seen anyone else's Teddy like this. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone to check. That pet shop is quite famous. But the owner seems to be single. No wonder his dog is like this. Teddy launched another attack. Qin Bao Bao flashed behind her brother. Qin Zhe kicked it again. After walking through the long corridor, Qinze and his sister sat cross-legged on the sofa. Teddy anxiously turned around a few times and ran back to licking the table leg. Qinze was deep in thought. He and his sister were already very careful. They never kissed each other or had sex at home. Oh, he spanked his sisters, but even Sister Ziwei, who lived with them day and night, was still in the dark. Why did Mom know? From a normal parent's point of view, he and his sister were clearly a pair of loving siblings. Look, Dad didn't know anything at all. Could it be that a pervert saw something perverted? Bah, that's not right to describe Mom. Anyway, Mom must have a guilty conscience. There was another question. Was the other child mine or his sister's? In fact, a paternity test would be enough. His sister could have sex with him and would know immediately. But these days, everything was formal. A paternity test couldn't be done as he wished. All kinds of evidence had to be complete, and the parents had to be present. This was no different from a direct showdown. At that time, his sister couldn't have sex with him. This small family would definitely be in trouble. It was urgent. Chapter 306. This neighborhood was neither old nor new, but the overall layout was very imposing. It was not as flashy and fashionable as the new neighborhoods, nor as old as the old ones. The greenery was done very well, and the structure of the houses was also grand. It was the kind of neighborhood that the locals liked. Yesterday, a film crew came to the neighborhood. It was not a rare thing, and it was not the first time. A few years ago, a very popular family ethics drama was filmed in this neighborhood. In the drama, the parents of the male lead lived in this neighborhood. This time, the film crew was followed by a few big stars. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood looked around excitedly for a while, but soon dispersed. The older generation did not chase after stars, and they were purely there to join in the fun. Moreover, there was also a big star in the neighborhood. The daughter of the Qin family was very famous. The few female stars in the film crew were far inferior to her. In the morning, the film crew had a conflict with a property owner in the neighborhood. Although most of the scenes were filmed indoors, there were definitely scenes in the neighborhood. However, one of the property owners happened to be renovating, which hindered the film crew's filming. The two parties had a dispute in the neighborhood. It was the scene that Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao saw when they came in. After the property management mediated, the film crew spent some money, and the property owner agreed to renovate another day. At this time, there was a visiting reporter outside the neighborhood interviewing the property owners one by one. A well-dressed woman in her early 30s was followed by an uncle carrying a camera. It was a very standard configuration. It seemed that there should be a big shot in the film crew. "Hello, can I do a simple interview?" The woman caught an auntie wandering in the neighborhood. Usually, entertainment reporters would only interview the film crew. They would not look for the bored bystanders. However, today, the film crew had a slight conflict with the property owner, and this matter could be written another article. Therefore, after leaving the film crew, she conveniently interviewed the bystanders. Yes, yes. The auntie spoke in Mandarin with a local accent, and her face was full of a reserved smile. Just now, the film crew had a conflict with the property owner in our neighborhood, right? What do you think about it? After the woman finished speaking, she put the microphone in front of the auntie. Just to join in the fun. It's rare to have a film crew. Everyone, don't be too curious. The auntie stuttered. Everyone would be very nervous in front of a microphone or in an eye-catching situation. The female entertainment reporter was a little disappointed. She wanted to hear a sharper answer, so she said, "Will it cause any trouble for you? For example, if it's inconvenient for you to travel, or if fans come over and cause inconvenience in your life?" "No, no." The middle-aged woman waved her hands and smiled brightly. Didn't someone come to film a few years ago? They left after a few days. Many people came to watch the show. The auntie thought for a moment. We have a celebrity in our neighborhood. The female reporter was stunned. She thought to herself, what do you mean? There are celebrities in your neighborhood too. She searched her memory for a moment, but she could not remember any celebrities living in this neighborhood. There were only a few A-list and B-list celebrities living in Shanghai. Moreover, a celebrity of that status wouldn't live in such an old neighborhood. Perhaps she was a C or D-list celebrity. Which celebrity lives here? The female reporter asked. At the mention of this question, the woman seemed very happy. She said, that old Chin in Unit 2 of Block 9, an old man carrying a baby came out from the unit next door and complained loudly, you've been crying non-stop. Maybe you pooped. Come back and change your diapers. He spoke in Shanghai dialect, and the female reporter could only understand half of it. The auntie hurriedly said, I'm going to change my granddaughter's diapers. She smiled embarrassedly at the camera, greeted her husband, took her granddaughter, and entered the unit together. Halfway through her sentence, the entertainment reporter was very anxious. She looked around and fixed her eyes on another auntie. This auntie's grocery bag was broken, and apples were rolling all over the floor. She was bending down to pick them up one by one. Her other hand was holding her phone, and she was making a call. The female reporter walked over and bent down to help pick up the apples and a few bags of vegetables. But the rope was broken, and the auntie could only hold it with difficulty. Mom is downstairs. The bag is broken. Help me get a new bag down. Yes, there's a new bag in the second cupboard in the kitchen. Thank you. The auntie hung up and said with a smile. She looked at the female reporter and the man holding the small camera. Are you filming TV? She asked. Just by looking at her appearance, one could only guess that she was in her 40s or 50s. She took good care of herself and did not have the puffy eye circles of an ordinary auntie. The crow's feet at the corner of her eyes added some charm to her. A very beautiful auntie. We're here to visit the set, from Beluga Entertainment Weekly. The female reporter said, can we interview you for a few questions? The auntie smiled and said, go ahead. The female reporter asked the same question again. The auntie's answer was very well behaved and harmonious. She did not complain or complain. The female reporter thought to herself that the editor's article was probably useless. It was a waste. Then she asked, I just heard from an auntie that there's a celebrity living here. Is it true? She was just asking casually. Anyway, even if there was, it was not a very famous artist. She might not even be considered a celebrity. The general public often mixed the concepts of celebrities, and internet celebrities. When the beautiful auntie heard this, she fell silent and hesitated. Is it inconvenient to say? The female reporter asked. If you broadcast it, will there be paparazzi waiting here every day? What if someone knocks on the door and asks for an autograph? The auntie said hesitantly. The female reporter was speechless. What was this? It was hard to say whether the paparazzi would be waiting or not. Knocking on the door and asking for an autograph was too funny. I didn't ask you where the celebrity lived. Moreover, which one of the A-list or B-list big shots did not have paparazzi waiting for them? No, don't worry, the female reporter said. If there was a celebrity living in this area, the editor could add a few hundred more words when writing the article. It should be my daughter, the beautiful auntie said. But I'm not sure if my son is considered a celebrity. I heard that he's quite popular. The female reporter was speechless. Did she hear wrongly? She could understand every word the auntie said, but why did she feel that she did not understand at all? The female reporter asked, your daughter is a celebrity. The female reporter was in disbelief. "Oh, my daughter and son," the auntie looked over the female reporter's shoulder and behind them and said happily. The female reporter subconsciously turned her head to look. The man holding the small camera also turned around and turned the lens. A young couple walked over. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very handsome. He had short hair and was wearing a black leather jacket, dark-colored casual pants, and sneakers. The young woman held his arm. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and a pair of tight pencil pants. Her long legs were straight and well-proportioned, paired with a pair of white snow boots. The woman was wearing sunglasses. The female reporter, who was slightly short-sighted, could not see clearly, but the man looked very familiar. "Chin-se," the female reporter stammered. As a qualified entertainment reporter, it was impossible for her not to recognize Chin-se. This Chin-se, even though he was not from the entertainment industry, was more famous and exposed than some small celebrities. Not even ordinary third-rate celebrities could compare to him. Just his title of fast shooter was already well-known. Then the woman beside him was undoubtedly Qin Bao. The sister was awesome, and so was the brother. The combination of the siblings was even more awesome. The female reporter ran over excitedly. "Miss Qin, hello." Qin Bao frowned. Chin-se blinked. "Hello, you are." "I'm a reporter from Platinum Entertainment Weekly, Li Ru." The female reporter was so excited that her face was red. "Can I do a simple interview with you?" The female reporter was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a good figure and was between 25 and 30 years old. As long as a woman of this age knew how to dress up, she would exude a mature charm. Chin-se did not have any complicated thoughts and looked at her a few more times. His arm was secretly pinched by his sister. How ruthless. Qin Bao was not a magnanimous woman. She had a small temper and was also very narrow-minded. She was gracious and well-educated outside, and it was not an act. The main reason was that there were not many people outside who were worth her being calculative and throwing a tantrum. His sister's world was not big, and Chin-se occupied a large part of it. She regarded her brother as especially important. Chin-se hated all the flirtatious sluts who threw flirtatious glances at Qin Bao. Similarly, she did not like Chin-se staring at other women. "I can, but it's not convenient for my sister," Chin-se said. "Then, thank you." The female reporter nodded. "Do you live here?" "My parents live here." "May I ask what the recent work schedule of Tianfang Entertainment is?" "There are no special plans for now." "When is Qin Bao's next album?" "Wait until next year." "Does Qin Bao have a boyfriend?" "You said you would only answer my questions." "Do you have a girlfriend?" Chin-se looked at his sister and shook his head. "No." The female reporter asked a few more questions and left in satisfaction. This content was enough for an editor to write 2,000 words. Today's task was more than completed. Entertainment reporters like them ran around every day. In fact, the things they took might not necessarily be published as articles. However, if they were liked and published as entertainment news, they would get a commission. She could cut today's things into 2 news articles. One article would become 2 articles, and she would have an extra income. Qin Ma carried the grocery bags and walked over in small steps. "Is it okay? Will someone come and knock on the door? Or paparazzi in the neighborhood?" As she spoke, Qin Ma glanced at her daughter's hand that was hugging her son's arm. Her liver hurt. Which family's daughter hugged her brother's arm like this all day? She was too embarrassed to say it. "They won't. The paparazzi are waiting at my place." "It doesn't matter. I don't have a boyfriend. They can take whatever photos they want." Qin Bao sensed her mother's gaze. She calmly let go of her mother and ran her fingers through her hair. Mom, let me do it. Qin took the vegetables and fruits from his mother's hands. They were quite heavy. After returning home, Qin washed the apples, cut them into pieces, inserted toothpicks into them, and brought them to the living room. On the way, Teddy was pestering her calf. Mom, this dog is so annoying. Let me tell you, hurry up and send it away. Qin Bao frowned. Wait for your Aunt Jing to be discharged, Qin said helplessly. Pancreatitis is very torturous. At least 10 days to half a month. In serious cases, it can be months, Qin said. No way. Qin was stunned. She searched on her phone and said gloomily, it's true. Then we won't come back this month. Qin Bao's voice was tinged with a little happiness. I'll pretend that I never gave birth to you. Qin said angrily. Then she changed the topic. By the way, the movie you made is going to be released. Is it today or tomorrow? Qin Bao and Qin looked at each other and thought, it's finally here. Today. Qin Bao pretended to be relaxed. Mom, there's nothing to see. I'm not the lead. I'm just a guest star. Ace is the lead. I heard from your dad. Qin smiled. It's my son's first movie. Of course, I have to watch it. Of course not. Qin said. Why? I don't have any acting skills. Mom, you don't know. I'm the kind of awkward little fresh meat with no acting skills. It's a trashy movie for fun. There's nothing to see. There will be people in the theater who will scold me for my bad acting skills. You'll feel uncomfortable when you hear that, right? Qin said. The director would cry if he heard that. The movie that he worked so hard to prepare for 2 years became a trashy movie for no reason. It's okay. Bao, I didn't feel angry when you scolded me a while ago. Can it be worse than scolding her? Qin didn't care. It was the absolute truth. Some time ago, when the old master was looking at the computer and scrolling through Weibo, Qin was calm and collected. Her mental fortitude was off the charts. Qin wanted to say more, but his sister nudged him with her foot and signaled him to shut up. Qin Bao took out her phone and poked at the screen with her slender fingers. Mom, let me check for you. There should still be tickets for tonight. If it were an ordinary parent, Qin Bao would definitely say, oh, there are no tickets. What a pity. However, this lie could fool Qin, but it couldn't fool the old master. Moreover, Qin just didn't like to use the internet. It didn't mean that she didn't know how to use it. After all, Qin had a high school education. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the heart to study, she might have been able to go to university. University in that era, TSK. Qin Bao poked and poked at the screen. Suddenly, she said, oh, Mom, my stomach hurts. Then, her sister threw the phone away and held her stomach. Looking at her round buttocks, she moaned painfully on the sofa. What's wrong? Menstrual cramps again. Qin was shocked. She hugged her daughter and frowned. Did you eat something bad these few days? Qin Bao buried her head in her mother's arms and whimpered, maybe I ate something bad. It hurts, sob. She peeked out an eye and blinked at her brother. Only then did Qin know that his sister was faking her illness. He was scared out of his wits just now and subconsciously wanted to hug her. Fortunately, he restrained himself. His mother was still standing there. His sister was really good at acting and scheming. Shall I take you to the hospital? Qin was anxious. No need. I'll go to the hospital if my stomach hurts. It's not that pretentious. Ouch. Qin Bao said painfully. Then I'll take you back to your room to rest. No, I'm sleeping in your arms. I'm your obedient Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao did not forget to act coquettishly. Qin Ma was distressed and gratified. My scheming girl is really something. It's better to lie in bed if your stomach hurts. Qin Ma helped her daughter back to her room and rubbed her stomach for a long time. Qin Bao Bao said that it was much better, but she did not dare to say that it didn't hurt anymore. She had to act until night time. Mom, how's sister? Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and pretended to be concerned. She's much better. You said that she ate something bad, but she doesn't have diarrhea or vomiting. I think it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Qin Ma was worried. She's not a doll. She's not that pretentious. She'll be fine after a while. Qin Ma hit her son. I'll go check on her. Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and slipped into his sister's room. She was sitting on the bed playing with her mobile phone and subconsciously wanted to shrink into the quilt. When she saw that it was Qin Zhe who came in, she rolled her eyes. Smart. Qin Zhe sat on the bed and gave her a thumbs up. Help me get an apple. Don't just eat by yourself. Qin Bao Bao pushed him. You have a stomachache. Why are you eating an apple? Qin Zhe handed her half an apple. Eat mine. Qin Bao Bao gnawed on the half apple like a rabbit gnawing on a carrot. Soon, she finished the apple. His sister hugged Qin Zhe's neck from behind and breathed in his ear. Stomachache. Ace, can you rub your sister's stomach? Qin Zhe was unmoved. His sister lowered her voice as if she was doing something shameful. Take off your clothes and rub them. Qin Zhe still ignored her. Hey! She shouted unhappily. I want you to pretend to have a stomachache. You can't pretend for 2 days. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will force you to go to the hospital, Qin Zhe said. Why are you thinking so much? Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. She was as charming as she could be. Big sister is rubbing your tummy. Do you want to come? Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. This torturous soy milk machine. Is it very exciting to step on a tightrope? Qin Zhe said angrily. Believe it or not, I'll reward you. Qin Bao Bao covered her buttocks and looked at him warily. Then, will you pretend to have a stomachache tomorrow? It's useless for me to pretend. Besides, we'll take turns to have stomachaches. Mom is not a fool. Oh, why are you thinking so much? Talk to your sister. Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered herself and her brother. Of course, they were just talking. Qin Zhe was used to chatting with his sister under the quilt. They chatted for a while under the quilt. Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller ID, Xiao Taizhu. Chapter 307. Why is Xiao Taizhu calling me? Although Xiao Taizhu had become his first man on top through Sister Ziwei, he didn't have much contact with Xiao Taizhu. After all, they weren't from the same world. One of them was the son of a well-off family. One of them was probably an old driver in bed when he was a teenager. The other had been drooling over his sister since childhood. They didn't have any common topics to talk about, and they didn't have any friendship. Occasionally, Xiao Taizhu would ask him about the origin of the Exploding Heavens faction. Qin Zhe would talk nonsense. Anyway, bragging wasn't illegal. In addition, Xiao Taizhu also gave him an ICBC account. Every month, Qin Zhe would ask the finance department to remit 5% of the company's income to him. Brother Zhao. Qin Zhe's voice was sincere. What's the matter? Sister Ziwei could call him Xiao Taizhu and step on him like a queen. That was because they had been friends since childhood. Qin Zhe couldn't be like Sister Ziwei. His EQ wasn't that low. He regarded Zhao Taizhu as a good-natured second generation who could be managed as a friend. "How's my sister Zijin doing?" Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. "She's eating well and wearing warm clothes. She's in great health." Qin Zhe smiled. Hearing Wang Zijin's name, his sister leaned over. Qin Zhe didn't push her away as usual. For the first time, he hugged his sister's waist. His sister's delicate body collapsed and then relaxed. She snuggled softly in his arms. Zhao Taizhu talked for a long time. He didn't have a main topic. He talked about some interesting things in the system and planned to go fishing with friends during New Year's Day. He asked Qin Zhe if he wanted to go. Of course, Qin Zhe didn't want to go. He declined. Fishing is very particular. Newbies look at the buoy. Veterans rely on their feelings. Sometimes when the buoy sinks and the hook is lifted too early, the fish will escape and nothing will be caught. Am I right? Zhao Taizhu said. That's true. Qin Zhe responded with a smile. However, you can't lift the hook too late. Once the bait is cast, there must be a harvest, right? Yes. All right then, I won't disturb you any further. Brother Zhao, I'm hanging up. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and frowned. This phone call was inexplicable, and the content of the conversation was even more meaningless. This kind of meaningless phone call was something that only middle and high school couples would talk about. Even college students wouldn't do it, let alone Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu. Who would want to talk to a rough man on the phone? But Zhao Taizhu couldn't have called him for no reason. There must be something behind it. Ah, so annoying. Zhao Taizhu had picked up most of the bad habits of the system. Zhao Taizhu had learned most of the bad habits of the system. Qin Zhe thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out for the time being. He planned to go home and ask Sister Ziwei for advice. Qin Baobao raised his head and gently stroked his younger brother's eyebrows over and over again with a gentle look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. A friend called. I didn't understand what he wanted to say. Wang Zijin's friend. Yes. Qin Baobao said sourly, wow, your circle of friends are mixed. This guy's identity is not ordinary. He works in the system and doesn't have a high position, but the elders in his family are very capable. He is Sister Ziwei's childhood friend. Our Baozi company is now under his protection. Qin Zhe said. After that, he saw the sadness in his sister's eyes. He put his arms around his sister's small waist, put his chin on her head, and said softly, even with Sister Ziwei's relationship, I still have to rely on myself to build my own network. In fact, Sister Ziwei can't help me much. I have to walk my own path. I can't make as much money as she can for me. Qin Baobao said softly, yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Instead of wasting my efforts to sharpen my blade, it's better to think about how to stabilize my parents. With my parents' forgetfulness, after today, they might forget about it tomorrow. Who would be so obsessed with a movie? Qin Zhe, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the light footsteps outside the door. He was shocked and said in a low voice, moan. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao swore that this was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard in her life. It was so ridiculous that her heart was about to explode. My brother asked me to moan. What does he want to do? Oh, I hate it. I have to do this all of a sudden. I'm still at home. Qin Baobao's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, she saw her brother's figure bouncing up as if he had been electrocuted. He sat upright by the bed and straightened the quilt at the same time. The door was pushed open and Qin Ma came in with a cup of warm water. Bao Bao, drink a cup of warm water. Let's see if you have diarrhea later. Qin Bao Bao silently loosened her hands on the waist of her pants. A corner of her black lace panties was revealed, but she hid it again. I want to take off my pants. So this is what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She felt that her body was hollowed out. Bao Bao. Sit up and drink some water. Qin Ma's gentle voice sounded. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. He didn't understand why she suddenly looked like a paper flower that had been drained of energy. Mom, I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered her head. Does your stomach still hurt? Yes, it hurts so much. But my heart hurts more than my stomach. Why do you still feel bad? I think you really need to go to the hospital. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? Qin Ma could tell that her daughter was acting coquettishly. She put the cup on the bedside table and told Qin Zhe to talk to his sister. I'll go and tell your dad. He's worried. Why doesn't Dad come and see for himself? Qin Zhe asked. Who knows? He's in the study room slamming the table and glaring. He's very angry, but he just won't come out, Qin Ma said. Of course, of course. If it were anyone else, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. After all, his son saw his flirtatious heart. He would definitely worry about whether his father's image would collapse. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I have to be extra careful today. I don't want my dad to find fault with me. Mom's gone. Stop pretending. After his mom left, Qin Zhe went to pull the blanket, but his sister held on tightly. She covered herself in the blanket and shouted, Little red guy, get lost, sob sob sob. She was acting coquettishly for no reason. Qin Zhe was very annoyed. Seeing that she didn't come out even after shouting for a long time, he simply sat on his sister and pressed her head that was covered by the blanket. Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. His sister began to struggle. Her small waist kept arching upwards. However, no matter how flexible and strong her small waist was, she couldn't lift her brother who was more than 140 pounds. His sister, who was almost suffocated to death, popped her head out. She was panting and her face was red. She was so angry that she cried. You don't love me at all. It's written in the novel that the younger brother loves his sister very much. Damn, what kind of novel are you reading? If you're my sister, I'll love you, Qin Zhe said. Then you can treat me as your sister. Qin Bao Bao twisted her butt in the blanket and pouted. Sob sob sob. Your sister doesn't know how to sob, Qin Zhe said in distress. When I see the word sob 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 on the internet, my mind will think of you. Then how does your sister sob? Qin Bao Bao had an expression of asking for advice. I already said that my sister doesn't know how to sob. My sister will say, Onie-chan, you're great, Onie-chan, you're the best, Qin Zhe said. Disgusting, the first and the last one doesn't matter. What the hell is the middle one? Qin Bao Bao had a look of disdain. So you're the legendary Siscon. Qin Zhe seriously considered this question. It felt good to have a cute little sister with a delicate body. When the little sister grew up, the cute little sister with a round face would turn into a beautiful girl with a pair of sparkling clear eyes. She would be like a willow branch that had just sprouted out tender shoots. She would be very, very dependent on you. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe looked at his sister. His sister was lying on the bed and panting. Her huge chest was heaving up and down. The scene was spectacular. Forget it, a sister or whatever, it's just a fleeting cloud. It's good to have a sister. Sister knows how to act coquettishly and act cute. She can also kiss. Sister's figure is very domineering. Sister will occasionally consider her image and give her brother some love. Sister has all the characteristics of a sister. Sister will only have the characteristics of a sister after a few years. No, she might not have them. I'll go out first. You sleep for a while, Qin said. Sleep for what? I'm not a pig. How can I sleep now? Qin Bao felt wronged. I pretended to be sick for our sake. You can't leave me alone. Then I'll tell you a joke. Qin touched his sister's head, but she pushed his hand away. A woman went on a blind date. The first one was a lawyer, a proper social elite. But she didn't like him. The second one was a university professor. He had a car, a house, and savings. She still rejected him. The third one was a thief. The woman liked him at first sight. Do you know why? His sister tilted her head and thought about it seriously. Because the thief is handsome. No. Oh, I know. Because the thief is her first love. No. The thief is actually a rich man's tall, handsome, and rich man. The woman found out. Look, where did so many tall, handsome, and rich men come from? Then why? I can't think of it. Forget it if you can't think of it. Tell me, Ace. Please. Call me Grandpa. Grandpa, Qin thought about it seriously and decided not to tell his sister the answer. He felt that it was not right to tell his sister this kind of joke. I won't tell you even if you call me Grandpa, Qin said. After saying that, his sister rewarded him with a Foshan shadowless kick. His sister's long legs were very strong. Chapter 308. He always felt that it was too demonic to tell such a story with his sister. Hence, Qin changed his mind and decided not to tell his sister the correct answer. Anyway, his sister was forgetful. She would forget after throwing a tantrum. If it were Wang Zijin or Su Yu, they might have taken out their phones to search for the answer. That would be awkward. His sister and his mother were the same. They were big-hearted and didn't like to be calculative. They would forget unhappy things very quickly. His mother was the same. Hence, his mother's mentality was very young and she didn't look old. She was about the same age as his grandfather, but she looked at least 10 years younger. His sister had inherited this from his mother. She definitely wouldn't complain about being old in the future. His sister's lifespan was very long. Pfft, he said he wasn't demonic. Oh right, I contacted Li Wei a few days ago. She wants to jump ship to Tianfang, but we have to pay for the compensation. Qin remembered this matter. How do you have her contact? If she wants to jump ship, she can just contact the company. What's there to talk to you about? Qin Bao suddenly became serious. She turned from a wimpy girl to a professional elite. His sister's aura gradually took shape. When she frowned and thought, if she changed into office wear, she would look like a strong woman in the workplace. This felt good, very good. Seeing his sister transform step by step and her aura getting stronger and stronger, Qin felt a sense of accomplishment. There was a saying, a flirtatious senior couldn't be compared to a naive junior. This was because the junior also had her flirtatious moments. How could the flirtatious moments of being in someone else's iron rod compare to the flirtatious moments of being in your own iron rod? That was the original saying. But now, to describe his sister, he had to remove the word iron rod. Yes, remove it. It's the contact information we exchanged when we were filming the movie. Qin said. The image of Li Wei standing beside him appeared in his mind. Her voice was gentle and her lips were curved into a smile. President Qin, can you give me your contact information? Qin gave it to her without hesitation. The main reason was that Li Wei was a voluptuous and charming 30-year-old woman. His resistance to mature women was always very low. At the premiere ceremony, Li Wei had mentioned this matter without revealing her expression. She was a very smart woman, always leaving a way out for herself. Qin Zhe did not give her a promise at that time, and only contacted her afterwards. Qin Bao Bao took out the phone from her brother's pocket and held his thumb to unlock the screen. She opened the contact list and found the chat history between Qin Zhe and Li Wei. After confirming that there was no ambiguous content, she said with satisfaction, "In the future, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry about it." Qin Zhe felt that even if he became the big boss of the entertainment industry in the future, there was nothing to be happy about. The most important benefit of being a big boss was cut off by his sister. The iron rod was indeed useless. "Cut it. What's wrong with this Guling?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily. His sister's angry look was very cute. Qin Zhe pinched his sister's cheek, but she retaliated with a karate chop. This was the time to show the benefits of having a sister. If it was his sister, when he patted her head, she would definitely close her eyes in enjoyment and rub her face against his palm like a cat. When he pinched her cheek, she would puff her cheeks angrily. Qin Zhe immediately knew that his sister was looking through his chat software. Speaking of this Guling, he was also having a headache. He did not know how he had managed to seduce her. She would send him greetings every few days, and Qin Zhe would usually reply. If it was more ambiguous, he would reply the next day or pretend that he did not understand. It had been a few months since they came back from Taiwan. Guling's messages had become more and more provocative, and she was using different methods to tease him. What do these two pictures mean? Qin Bao Bao frowned and pointed the phone screen at her brother. A week ago, the phone chat history, Qin Zhe, yes, everything has been good recently. Thank you for your concern. Guling, I saw these two pictures on my WeChat moments today. They seem to be very meaningful, but I don't understand. Guling, send a picture. Guling, Qin Zhe, do you understand? Qin Zhe, winky face. Guling, what about this one? Guling, send a picture. Qin Zhe, winky face. A brief introduction of the pictures. The first picture, 2 pigeons on a tree, a dead sheep below. The second picture, a wooden house. The window was open, and you could see an empty room. The bed was placed beside the window, and there was a pile of stones on the bed. This girl, Guling, is quite polite. Every now and then, she would send me a message to give me her blessings and keep in touch. She's also quite lively. Look, I don't even know what these 2 pictures she sent me mean. But I can tell that she's a talkative girl who can't stay still, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and thought for a long time. That was indeed the case. Moreover, her brother usually did not reply to the more ambiguous messages, or he would reply the next day. That way, both parties would lose interest. Don't mislead her. Don't give her any hope. Qin Bao Bao's slender fingers lifted her brother's ear. Guling is a very ambitious woman. She's very scheming and cares too much about fame and fortune. I know. Although Guling was beautiful, her temperament and appearance were the inferior version of Wang Zijin. With sister Zijin at home, Qin Zhe really couldn't think of a reason to seduce her. That's a good boy. Qin Bao Bao rubbed his ear and gave him a kiss. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released today. As the sister and brother's debut movie, they naturally attended the premiere. The premiere was held half a month ago. Qin Zhe, the director, and many other main actors stood on a huge stage. The background was a huge picture of the Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. In the picture, Qin Zhe was wearing a black hat and a snow-white scarf around his neck. He was holding a gun in his hand. Half of his handsome face was bright and the other half was hidden in the light. His gaze was sharp and cold. It was explosive. During the ceremony, the reporter even asked a few difficult questions. Qin Bao Bao, I heard that when you played the role of Yun Yen, you didn't use a stunt double. Don't you have any psychological barriers when filming a kiss scene with your brother? Goddess Qin Bao Bao smiled faintly and replied, although I debuted as a singer, I love what I do. Kissing is also one of the essential skills of an actor. Moreover, filming is an art. It doesn't matter who the actor is. I can only say that I work hard to overcome my psychological barriers. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F***ck feeling. When it was Qin Zai's turn, the reporter asked him about the development plans of Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Zai gave a simple explanation. Then, the reporter asked again, President Qin, you're not a professional actor. Are you filming this movie for fun? No, I'm putting in a lot of effort into this movie. As for how effective it is, you'll know when you watch the movie. The reporter asked one last question. Rumor has it that the original male lead wanted to film a kiss scene with Qin Bao Bao but was rejected. The netizens are saying that you don't accept Qin Bao kissing someone else. Because of this reason, you changed the male lead. Is that true? Qin Zai, that's not true at all. Because of the original male lead schedule, he can't continue filming. The fact that I'm acting in this movie has nothing to do with Qin Bao Bao. There's also no rumor that I don't like her kissing someone else. There were so many people present at the ceremony, so the news couldn't have been kept under wraps. But without the endorsement of the film crew, this news could only be considered gossip. It was just gossip to amuse the netizens. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F***ck feeling. Are this pair of siblings messing with me? Are they purposely looking for trouble? I didn't even know you guys before this. Then it was the director's turn to speak. The director greatly praised Qin Zai's acting skills and professionalism. He said that he was a fresh stream in the entertainment industry. He started from scratch and was of high quality. Then they watched the movie. Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao watched it with great interest. They were the main actors, but when they watched the movie, they still felt that it was interesting and refreshing. It was obvious that the film crew had put in a lot of effort in the post-production editing. When he saw the passionate kiss scene with his sister, Qin Zai felt a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Qin Bao Bao who was beside him. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She sensed that Qin Zai was looking at her. Her eyelashes fluttered and she deliberately did not look at Qin Zai. Or rather, she was too shy to look at him. Thanks to the film crew's strong promotion and Qin Zai's investment, the promotion was done very well. On the internet, Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach is screening today. I'm hesitating whether to watch it or not. Yes, it's Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao's first film. I heard that they will have a kissing scene. I can't wait to watch it. I'll definitely watch it. I'll always support Bao Bao. Come on, the two of them have never acted before. They have no experience. How can they make a high-quality movie? Upstairs, you must be Guo Zhengyu's fan. I heard that Guo Zhengyu was kicked out of the film crew. I'm just a passerby. I want to refute. This has nothing to do with whose fan you are. I think that person is right. How can you act if you don't have any acting skills? You'll just be scolded. Look at those little fresh meats now. How many of them came from professional schools? They either became popular through talent shows or came back from Gaoli to debut as a singer. In fact, those actors who came from professional schools need to hone their skills for several years before their acting skills are good. I'm a rational fan. I'm not going to watch the movie. Just like what the upstairs said, little fresh meats without acting skills are just making up for it with their faces. I don't want Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe to fail in the same movie. I'd better not watch it. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've failed miserably at a very easy task. If only my goddess could sing. I hate those stars who have no acting skills but insist on acting awkwardly. I really hate them. I'm not going to watch it. I don't want my goddess to lose points in my heart. Is there anyone buying a ticket? Waiting for the poison test. The comments on the internet were mixed. Some people refused to watch it, while others couldn't wait to watch it. Chapter 309. The movie was unexpectedly good, very exciting, and very hot-blooded. In the beginning, the protagonist and his childhood friend squatted on the side of the street, biting a grass root, and sighed, "The poorest is begging for food. If you don't die, you will always be successful." When he said this, Qin Zhe spat out the grass root in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and his expression was fierce and unwilling. It was a perfect portrayal of a small character who had no way out. Then, the protagonist and his friend saved a big boss who was being assassinated by a rival gang at night. The big boss was very grateful to the two young people and asked them what they wanted in return. Whether it was evil money or evil beauties, the big boss could satisfy them. But the protagonist didn't ask for money or beauties. In the dim yellow light, he clenched his fists and said with a determined expression, "I want to follow you." Looking at Qin Zhe's determined expression and unyielding eyes, the big boss thought to himself, "This kid will become a great person in the future. The scriptwriter should be writing web novels. Hey, his acting is not bad. I feel that his acting is very good. Is it really his first time acting? It's a bit interesting. It's better than I imagined. Let's watch more. If I don't like it, I'll leave halfway." In the cinema, the audience whispered softly. Qin Zhe's acting surprised the audience. To bring the character to life, it wasn't enough to stand and say a few lines. From the tone to the eyes, any subtle expression on the face was a test of acting skills. Qin Zhe played the image of a small street gangster vividly. Then, the protagonist began his life of licking blood on the blade. All kinds of gunfights, knife fights, and led the minions to occupy one territory after another. In 2 years, he became the #1 general under the big boss. The movie started 20 minutes ago. From the beginning of the small character to the present, it was full of hot blood and fighting. It was very emotional and exciting. At a gathering of the big bosses, the male lead offended a big boss that he couldn't afford to offend. If the territory was stolen, then take it back. All you do is curse. Are you out to mingle? I'm not targeting a certain senior. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. He raised his face and smiled disdainfully. I'm a pheasant. If you're a brother, then come and kill me. He smashed his cup. That arrogant gaze, that inflated mentality, and that supercilious ruthlessness were vividly displayed in the eyes of the audience. "Ah, your acting is really good. Who said that Qin Zhe doesn't know how to act? I don't think he's any worse than an experienced actor." In this movie, Qin Zhe single-handedly shouldered all the acting. There's something wrong with the way he speaks. He's definitely not reciting lines. He really brought the character to life. The plot is amazing too. It's very exciting. That night, the main character was hunted down. He was shot in the shoulder and had to cover his wound as he fled to the Yihong brothel, where he broke into the room of the top hostess, Yun Yan. Yun Yan, played by Qin Bao Bao, was sitting in the bathtub with her hair tied up. Her gorgeous face and charming eyes almost instantly stole the attention of the main character. In this scene, the production crew added light and shadow effects to make the bathing scene more beautiful. During the filming, the person sitting in the bucket was actually the stunt double. Under the effect of the main character's halo, Yun Yan helped him escape and the two of them got to know each other. The passionate plot came to an end at this point, and the emotional scene between the main character and Yun Yan began. Surprisingly, Qin Bao Bao's acting was also very good. Her seductive eyes, her casual seduction, and her gentle gaze when she gazed at the main character. When they met for the second time, Qin Zhe had already taken care of his boss's #1 opponent. His momentum was unparalleled. He came to Yun Yan's room and sat at the table drinking. His face was cold and stern. His arrogance and domineering aura had disappeared, and he became gloomy and reserved. "Have you taken care of your problems outside?" Yun Yan sat by the bed. The curtains were lowered, and her figure was graceful and graceful. "There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with bullets," Qin Zhe said coldly. Yun Yan lifted the curtains and walked over to the main character. She sat opposite him and rested her chin on her hand. She smiled and gazed at him. "Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. How about I accompany you tonight?" As soon as Qin Bao Bao appeared, she blinded the eyes of countless male audience members. Her charming face and hot body, especially when she was wearing a cheongsam, were simply too domineering. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up from the table. He held her waist with one hand and her wrist with the other. He smiled wickedly. "Tonight, I'll let you see my real skills." The two kissed passionately and seriously. The camera gave the siblings a big close-up. The scene of Qin Zhe kissing his sister could be clearly seen. He sucked on her lips and stuck out his tongue. Qin Bao Bao responded passionately. They kissed until the sky darkened. The kiss was not pretentious. Then, the main character carried Yun Yan in his arms and walked towards the bed. He threw the beauty on the bed and climbed on top of her. He pressed her on the bed and continued kissing her. The camera gave them another close-up. It showed Qin Zhe tasting his sister's lips as if he was tasting the world's best food. During the whole process, Qin Bao Bao kept her eyes closed and her eyelashes trembled violently. During the premiere, Qin Zhe and his sister saw this scene. They looked at each other and had the same thought: we can't let our parents see this. Otherwise, we'll be screwed. Damn, Qin Bao Bao's cheongsam is too beautiful. A beauty with such a figure wearing bubbles is simply a killer. It's so beautiful that it's about to explode. If only I had a girlfriend like her. Bastard, let go of Qin Bao Bao and let me do it. At the same time, the audience also recognized Qin Bao Bao's acting skills. She was a seductive, charming, and flirtatious woman. Through the details in her eyes, she revealed Yun Yan's deep love for the main character. The plot was laid out one by one. Yun Yan's scenes were 15 minutes long. She could barely be considered the second female lead. Although this character was portrayed well by Qin Bao Bao, the script had already determined her tragic fate. Qin Zhe played the role of the male lead. He was a vagabond who had no choice but to do as he pleased. During a gang fight, one of the bosses was assassinated. The main character and his companions became stray dogs who lived in fear and were chased all over the place. During this time, they hid at Yun Yan's place for a few days and had sex a few times. The charming Yun Yan lay in Qin Zhe's arms and said softly, "No matter how good the outside world is, isn't it tiring to hide every day and live in constant danger?" The main character, nicknamed Shanji, had a cold expression and did not speak. "I've saved some money over the years. Take me with you. Let's go to the countryside and live a peaceful life there." Yun Yan really fell in love with him, but she neglected one thing. Shanji was a wanderer, an ambitious wanderer. He was unwilling to live an ordinary life and longed to be outstanding. He was a man of iron. After that incident, Shanji never went to the Yihong brothel to look for Yun Yan again. He got to know the daughter of a business tycoon and successfully captured the heart of the daughter played by Li Wei during one of his kidnappings. With the help of his father-in-law's money and power, Shanji began to reach the peak of his life. His power continued to expand. The number of people following him increased from a dozen to a few hundred. He became a tycoon in old Shanghai. On a cold and rainy night, the candlelight danced. "You're getting married." Yun Yan sat by the bed. Her beautiful face reflected the flickering candlelight. "Yes." Shanji stood by the bed and looked at the dreary night. "Will you come?" "No." On the day of Shanji's wedding, Yun Yan threw herself into the Huangpu River. This woman with a bitter past ended her life. In the ending subtitles, a few years later, the Japanese army invaded China. Because Shanji did not cooperate with the Japanese's orders, he was killed by the Japanese, which ended this ambitious and ruthless man's life of more than 20 years. At the moment of his death, in Shanji's dazed eyes, a beautiful woman appeared. She stood in the distance and looked back with a smile. The movie ended. I cried at the end. It was so sad and sad. It's surprisingly good. I'm going to recommend it to my friends. It's passionate and emotional. It's like witnessing the ups and downs of a hero's life and the melancholy of death. Qinzhe is going to be popular. He's the lead, but his acting is only 666. The little fresh meat wants to beat someone up. The audience left reluctantly and prepared to go back to recommend it to their friends and classmates. The next day, Qinzhe received a call from Su Yu. He reported that the box office on the first day of release was not high, only about 4 million. Among the movies released at the same time, it was below average. From the perspective of an investor, if there was no miracle of a loser's comeback, then this investment was obviously a flop. As the housekeeper of Bao's company, Su Yu did not have to worry about the stock futures for the time being. There were several departments doing it. The movie investment was an additional project, so only Su Yu could follow. Qinzhe was a hands-off boss. Su Yu did everything, Su Yu did it, and Su Yu still did it. It was also because of his experience in controlling the masochist. Anyway, whenever Su Yu complained, Qinzhe blinked his sincere eyes. Su Yu, this company can't do without you. I can't do without you either. Su Yu felt that she was a very important person, an irreplaceable person. The Almighty and the company could not do without her. Her presence was bursting. Her body was tired, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. So she happily threw herself into work again. Is it too low? Qinzhe frowned. If it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't have the idea of investing in the movie at all, so he didn't think of making a lot of money with this movie. But at least let me recover the cost. As far as the current box office is concerned, it will definitely be taken off the shelves in a month. After deducting the movie theater's share and the share of other investors, he can't even recover the cost. The publicity has been done. The reason why the box office is not high should be that the internet doubts your level as an actor. Su Yu said, I've seen the movie. It's not bad. The box office should catch up later. What if it can't catch up? Qinzhe said angrily. You're blaming me. Where's your conscience? Su Yu said in an aggrieved tone. Then it's a loss. I'll let you know what the price of acting on impulse is. Su Yu clicked her tongue and said, other people are angry for a beauty. You're angry for your sister. Little pervert. Little pervert. I'll go. How can you call me little pervert? This is the exclusive nickname of the pervert. Needless to say, she must have learned it from Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 310. You also think my acting is good. I watched the premiere, and it was unexpectedly good. Qinzhe was enraptured. At this time, so you should say softly, well, Qinzhe, your acting is really good. I like it very much. Then Qinzhe scolded, get out. Su Yu would feel very happy. But at this time, Su Yu did not play her cards according to common sense, and said, little red man, is Qin Bao Bao's mouth delicious? Is sister's mouth delicious? Dead pervert. Originally, according to Su Yu's plan, at most, more than 10 million yuan was invested, and the original protagonist was the first Guo Zhengyu, with a large fan base, and a star who had won the film Emperor, and a good reputation. This investment was still very good, but it was disturbed by Qin Zhe, and the male lead was replaced by a ghost brother who wanted to kiss his sister, who had zero acting skills and was an outsider. Therefore, before the movie was released, the keyboard warriors shouted, "Bad drama, hype IP, fun ticket," and all kinds of black. Netizens were easy to be led by the rhythm, so overall, the sense of expectation was not high, and they did not buy tickets on the day of the release. But Su Yu would never be angry about this kind of thing. Su Yu's tolerance for Qin Zhe has reached the level of, "Good baby, whatever you want, mom will give you." She was mainly jealous of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's unscrupulous kissing scenes. The great god said that he had never had a girlfriend before, and his first kiss must still be kept. Now, I, fat tiger, haven't acted yet, and you, bear, have snatched Jing Xiang, and then there is a blue fatty beside you. Nonsense, you are looking at the world with colored glasses, and the world is yellow. Qin Zhe said righteously, "Everything is for art. If you were the heroine, I would do the same." A big light bulb lit up on Su Yu's head. Good idea, if it was in the movie, she could openly ask the great god for a kiss. Why didn't she think of it back then? Oh, she wasn't sure that she liked Qin Zhe back then. There was once a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of me, but unfortunately, I didn't cherish it. If God gave me another chance, I would kick baby Qin away and have a French kiss, a Chinese kiss, a Japanese inverted 9, and a full 9 kisses with the great god. Well, let's make a movie next time. Su Yu said longingly. You're right. Filming a movie isn't like buying sanitary pads. You just have to go to the supermarket. Of course, Qin Zhe refused. He had never believed in Buddhism, but he always remembered the words of the sign, "When I was young, I always liked to make empty promises. Now, I regret my words lightly." Out of a woman's intuition, Su Yu said, "So you're only filming kissing scenes with Big Sister?" Qin Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Motherf asterisk Ker, Su Yu's language style was getting sharper and sharper. Hey, I'm going to change your name to the pervert who likes to film kissing scenes with Big Sister. Before Su Yu hung up the phone, she muttered, "Goodbye, Big Sister's little henchman." It was getting harder and harder to control the masochist. Was Su Yu too arrogant, or was Qin Zhe unable to lift the knife? What's wrong with being Big Sister's henchman? The guy next door is the Empress's little dog. He kneels and licks the Empress's feet every day. He's even more masochistic than Su Yu and saltier than me. At least I got to kiss Big Sister's little mouth. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and seriously thought about a question. Why did the movie I starred in fail on the first day? Look at the shock maniac next door. He made a movie that everyone supported and easily set a record in China. Was it because he was salty? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe took out his phone and silently searched for the correct way to turn over a salty fish. The next day, there were comments on Taobao, forums, and Weibo. Netizens began to discuss the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. Some said that if the ending wasn't tragic, the movie would be perfect. Some said that if the ending was tragic, the level of the movie would be lowered. However, the tragic ending was too hurtful and made people feel flustered. There were all kinds of comments, but no one doubted the acting skills of the main actors. A Big V account wrote a movie review on Weibo. After watching The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, I don't feel good. I went to see Qin Bao Bao because of her. I can't help it, I'm a hardcore fan. Originally, I didn't have much hope for Qin Zhe's acting skills and was mentally prepared to watch a lousy movie. The result was unexpected and very good. First of all, Chin Zhe's acting skills are online. To be honest, after watching it, I started to doubt my life. I suggest that the little fresh meats watch it. A layman, an outsider, actually has such acting skills. The little fresh meats are not ashamed. Next, let's talk about the male and female leads. Although the female lead isn't Qin Bao Bao, I feel that Yun Yan is the female lead in the movie because she has a soul. Although the character Shan Ji is portrayed very well, I don't want to talk about him because there are too many highlights and I don't know where to start. Moreover, I don't like this character very much because he is a scumbag. Yun Yan, played by Qin Bao Bao, was one of the brightest points in the film. She was a prostitute who was rolling around in the mortal world. Coincidentally, she saved Pheasant, a gangster from a gang. The two of them had an ill-fated relationship. Qin Bao Bao's every look and every expression on her face clearly shows her love. She can't help but fall in love with this cold gangster. She changed from a beautiful woman to a little girl who likes to sit quietly and miss her lover. But in Shan Ji's eyes, what is she? Maybe she is an insignificant brothel girl, or maybe she is a lonely person. Maybe he can sense the love in Yun Yan's eyes, or maybe he doesn't care at all. Because his heart doesn't belong to this woman. From the fact that Yun Yan begged him to elope with her and was rejected, it can be seen clearly. But Yun Yan is still infatuated with this man. In the end, Shan Ji marries a beautiful woman and Yun Yan commits suicide by jumping into a river. Actually, from the beginning, this woman's ending was destined. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. The conversation in the rainy night is very chewy. It is just a few short sentences, but it is heartbreaking. Yun Yan's heart probably died at that moment. Let me give you a spoiler. The ending of the movie is a tragedy. Shan Ji dies under the gun of a Japanese agent. As this gangster is dying, he sees the brothel girl he let down. It is thought-provoking. Maybe he really did love this woman back then, or maybe he felt guilty. But none of this can change the fact that he let her down. Anyway, when I saw the ending, my eyes were red. In the end, I recommend watching this movie. Have some self-respect. Are you serious? Is it really that good? Could it be the Internet Water Army? Of course it's the Internet Water Army. They're trying to boost the box office and attract attention. It's all a trick. But my classmate went to watch it today. He said it's good. The plot is good and there are no flaws. The actors' acting skills are also very good, especially Qin Zhe's. You said that Qin Zhe is a fast shooter. I admit it. I also admit that he is good at trading stocks. But if you say that his acting is good, what a joke. Yi Liangchen, will definitely stand up and criticize him. Let's talk about the box office. You can check the box office online. Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach only grossed more than 4 million yuan yesterday. Deformed Car, which is ranked first, grossed 130 million yuan a day. Pirates, which is ranked second, grossed 90 million yuan. It's a total defeat. There are many people who refuse to admit it, but Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach is getting more and more popular after a few days. The second day's box office, 6 million. The third day's box office, 10 million. A week later, the box office reached 260 million. This is not the limit. After the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, the box office skyrocketed to 500 million. The box office went from the middle to the bottom of the charts to the top 10. Based on this momentum, the box office will be between 1.5 billion and 2 billion in a month's time. It's a scary result. Although it's not as good as some awesome movies that grossed 4 to 5 billion, to Baoza Investment Company, Limited, it's better than trading stocks for a month. What's scarier than the box office is the word of mouth. Chin-zae is popular again. It's easy for him to shoot a movie or TV series to become famous. This time, it's more popular than him doing live broadcasts or singing. Chin Bao Bao's popularity also went up a level. She became one of the most popular female celebrities. As the discussion on the internet continues, netizens went to their Weibo and cheered. Get together. Get together. Chin Bao Bao and Chin-zae were so scared that they closed the comments section on the same day. What a joke. Dad is always paying attention to their Weibo. The siblings hid at home and shivered. In the end, they couldn't hide it from their parents. Chin Ma heard from her relatives that the siblings' movie was popular. Fortunately, she only knew that the movie was popular. After all, it's not a romantic drama. Chin Bao Bao is also not the female lead. The movie's main focus is not the kissing scene between the siblings. It's a hot-blooded mafia drama. Her relatives also won't say, "Hey, your son and daughter kissed happily in the movie." Chapter 3:11. The information Chin Ma knew was limited to her son and daughter starred in a very popular movie, or if they made a lot of money. Moreover, as soon as she saw the movie Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, she knew that it was a hot-blooded action film. Chin Ma's imagination was not so big that she would think of the kissing scene between the siblings. Under the joint efforts of the two maggots, Chin Ma, who did not watch the movie, soon forgot about this matter and began to worry about her son's girlfriend. Yes, it was not a blind date between best friends, but a problem of her son's girlfriend. Her daughter did not change, and Chin Ma was also tired. Anyway, she had a pair of children, and as long as she could get one, she would be at ease. During breakfast, Chin Ma said, "Old Chin, what do you think of Zijin?" "Why do you ask?" Grandpa Chin asked while eating a bun. "The two of them in our family are not quite right." Chin Ma would never say such words. After thinking for a while, she said, "Bao Bao, I don't care. It's too tiring. Ace is 23 years old, and he should have a girlfriend." Grandpa Chin smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Men stand up at 30, and many get married after 30. Don't worry." Chin Ma said angrily, "Don't worry about getting married, but it's time to have a girlfriend." "But he has never had a girlfriend, has he?" "Don't be like Bao Bao." Grandpa Chin smiled and waved his hand. "Don't make wild guesses. It's not that he doesn't have a girlfriend, he just didn't tell you." Chin Ma was stunned and happy. "You mean, he has a girlfriend? Is it Zijin?" Grandpa Chin shook his head. Chin Ma was stunned again, and then she was very disappointed. She liked Wang Zijin very much. If her son had a girlfriend, she hoped it would be Wang Zijin. Is it Zhang Ye?" Chin Ma's face changed. "Bao Bao's friend just got engaged a while ago." Grandpa Chin shook his head. "Could it be the girl with the surname Chin?" Chin Ma had a strange look on her face. "That girl is only in her 3rd year of high school, right?" Chin Ma had a good memory. Her daughter had quarreled with her son because of this matter, so she remembered these two girls. "It's someone from his company." The old man chuckled. But the old man didn't say who it was. In fact, he only found out yesterday. Yesterday, he sorted out the fund company's information at his school, as well as the industry's information, and sent it to the email Chin-zae gave him. A few minutes later, the other party actually replied, "You are." The other party should be his son's employee. The old man replied, "I'm Chin-zae's father." The old man liked the feeling of being pretentious. Only vulgar people like to be pretentious and slap faces. Cultured people like to show off in front of others. Seeing this reply, the other party must have been very excited and respected him from the bottom of his heart. Soon the other party replied, "Hello uncle, I'm Su Yu, please be familiar with me." The old man didn't expect to receive such a reply. He was stunned for a long time. Hello, hello. The little girl named Siu then sent an email. I've been looking forward to hearing your name for a long time. I'd like to see what kind of elder can cultivate such an excellent person as A's. This is my chat software account. Can we add each other as friends? XXXXX. The old man couldn't help but blush. Such an excellent son was not cultivated by him at all. From the address, the old man noticed that this girl named Siu seemed to have an unusual relationship with his son. How could she call him A's if they had an ordinary relationship? So, the two added each other as friends. Suyu, hello uncle. Smiling emoji, the old man, hello. Suyu, I just roughly browsed the information you sent me. Do you have the industry evaluation data from 12 to 14 years? The old man, yes. The old man chatted with her on and off for an afternoon. He was surprised to find that this girl had a very solid foundation, unique vision, and a strategic understanding of the financial industry. Especially when talking about foreign finance, the old man couldn't even keep up with her rhythm. He was not ashamed to ask, and then he was enlightened and solved a lot of doubts. Siu had a lot of blind spots and misunderstandings about the domestic financial situation, and the old man would carefully explain it to her. The two could be said to have a good chat, and the old man's affection for Suyu rose greatly. Once upon a time, he wanted to cultivate his children into such talents. His daughter was very smart, but she was not interested in finance. As for his son, don't talk about it, he would cry if he talked about it. Suyu admired the knowledge of the old man and flattered him. Uncle is so powerful. Like father, like son. The old man, Suyu, I'll leave the company to you. Take care of him. Suyu, no, it's always A's who takes care of me. The old man seized the opportunity and probed. Suyu, are you friends with A's? Anyway, it's not an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Suyu sent a shy emoji, a very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. The old man, degree, it's self-evident what they play. The relationship between his son and Suyu is already very obvious. Now the language style of the little girl is so sharp. In our era, at most, we can implicitly say, let's enter a harmonious society together. After a long silence, the old man asked, Suyu, what's your position in the company? Suyu replied, Uncle, I'm his secretary. The world of young people is rich and colorful. The old man took a bite of the fried dough stick and showed a knowing smile on his face. His son knows how to play. Qin Ma was stunned. She saw her husband's honeyed smile. She didn't know why, but she had goosebumps all over her body. After so many years, I feel that I haven't fully understood old Qin. Qin Ma thought sensitively. At the same time, at home. After the exercise, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe were already having breakfast. There was a sound of water in the bathroom. It was Qin Bao Bao taking a bath. She ran an event last night and came back too late. She didn't have time to take a bath. Sister Ziwei, do you want to watch a movie tonight? Qin Zhe looked at the girl opposite him carefully. After the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released, Wang Zijin should have gone to see it alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Qin Zhe such a cold face for so many days. Wang Zijin's mouth was stuffed with pan-fried noodles, her cheeks were bulging, and she sneered vaguely, watch the movie you and Bao Bao made. If you want to watch it, I don't care. Qin Zhe finished, and Wang Zijin kicked him under the table. Since she made up her mind to treat her best friend, Zijin became less and less like a gentle goddess. In other words, she acted in the details of her life, and her behavior was closer to Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe saw it, but he was embarrassed to say it. He had a toothache. Did Uncle and Auntie watch it? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes and smiled. When her sister narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, she looked very charming. When Wang Zijin narrowed her peach blossom eyes, she looked very cute. Yes, my sister and I took them to watch it together, Qin Zhe said. Really? Wang Zijin was shocked. Really? A gentleman reveals his balls, a villain hides his dick. Bah, what nonsense. Sister Siwei, how's your job in that online media company? Qin Zhe asked. It's okay. Okay. Wang Zijin thought for a while. Other editors have to start with a picture before they can write the content, but I don't have to. I pick up the keyboard and write all kinds of stories. Some are sad, some are touching, and some are annoying. There are all kinds of stories. I'm not asking you about your professional cultivation as an editor. I'm asking you, isn't the work there boring? The salary is about 10,000 yuan a month, and you have to sit in the office all day and face the radiation of the computer. Qin Zhe covered his face. What else can I do other than work in the office? Move bricks? Wang Zijin kicked him again. Qin Zhe, chatting with Sister Siwei now felt more and more like doing crosstalk. He felt that if he threw out 100 jokes, Sister Siwei would be able to handle them. He had to be careful not to do anything in front of Sister Siwei. Have you ever thought of coming over to help me? Qin Zhe asked tentatively. Baozi Investment or Tianfang Film and Television, you can choose. No. Wang Zijin wrinkled her nose. Think about it. Qin Zhe was very confident in Wang Zijin's ability. If she was given a few months of internship, she would be able to grow into a strong independent woman. Regardless of whether she went to Baozi or Tianfang, she would be able to share a lot of his workload. Qin Zhe even thought that if he were to form a female Spartan army one day, he would not need to do anything else. He would just be a salted fish at home. Happy. Wang Zijin rolled her big eyes and smiled. Then give me the position of Baozi's deputy general manager. Qin Zhe said weakly, that's Su Yu's. I know, or I wouldn't want it. Can you change it? Then give me the position of Tianfang's leader to me. That's my sister's. I know, or I wouldn't want it. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, you're the one who's causing trouble, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll flip the table. Qin Bao came out of the shower and glanced at the dining table. She felt wronged. Aw, you didn't even leave the pan-fried food for me. Qin Zhe was stunned. Only then did he realize that Qin Bao's pan-fried food had been unknowingly eaten by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin burped comfortably. Did you eat it? Qin Bao pinched her brother's neck. Her wet hair hung on his forehead. The fresh scent of shower gel mixed with the faint scent of shampoo. The back of her head expressed that she was very happy. She never thought that she would be able to experience the Bao brand facial cleanser like the front face. I'm going to work. Wang Zijin left. When she passed by the siblings, Qin Bao raised her leg and kicked her little perky butt. Wang Zijin staggered and turned around to glare. What? What are you doing? You're always bullying your sister Ziwei. Qin Bao chopped her brother's head with a knife. Qin Zhe, my sisters are not easy to deal with. I can't get hard no matter how hard I try. I'm so useless. Su Yu is still better. At least she's obedient. The extent of her trouble is limited to sending pictures. She's not as bad as my sisters. Chapter 312. The box office success of the movie gave Qin Zhe a big surprise. With such a huge return, of course he would be surprised. As for personal fame, he didn't think much of it because he wasn't in the entertainment industry. His goal was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. His sister was also very happy. She even said that she would enter Hollywood in 3 years and become famous overseas. Qin Zhe picked up one of her legs and slapped it. His sister covered her butt and said, "You're hitting me again." "Why?" "I'm afraid you're getting arrogant," Qin Zhe said. Actually, for the celebrities in China, there was no need to consider entering the entertainment industry. It was a thankless job. Putting aside the sensitive topic of discrimination, to be able to do well in China in such a big market, one's hands were already numb from counting the money. If one could get 100 million just by shooting a movie, why bother going to Hollywood? Hollywood couldn't afford such a high salary. China was so good. There was no need for acting skills, scripts, or special effects. Just the face was enough. If one could pick up money, who would want to earn it? What a pain in the ass. One must have a dream. What if it comes true? What's the difference between you and a person without a dream? His sister said disdainfully. Qin Zhe equals salted fish. Qin Zhe was angry. He picked up her leg and slapped it again. His sister was wearing a pair of white skinny jeans. Her butt was perfect and felt great when he slapped it. After he was done with his sister, he received a call from Huang Yuting's manager, Bin. "Hello, Bin," Qin Zhe said, and then slapped away his sister's teasing foot. Hi. Miss Qin, congratulations on the movie's big sales." Bin smiled. "Bin, what's wrong? There's a weird sound on your side. Why are you panting?" Qin Zhe was stunned. Nothing. Bin continued to pant. He seemed to be doing some strenuous exercise. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. Qin Bao noticed that her brother's gaze was weird and creepy. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up," Qin Zhe said. "Don't, I have something to do." Bin continued to pant. "Our Yuting is going to release an album. You know that, right? Well, if you have something to say it quickly." The experienced Qin Zhe already understood. He was very unhappy. "Why am I the one being called?" "Flip's table. I just wanted to ask you if you finished writing the song." "I'm not rushing you. I know that you need inspiration and time to compose," Bin said. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Come on, you must be thinking now, Fast Gunner wants to renege on the debt, right? The whole of China knows how fast you are." Originally, there was no rush, but because of the company's arrangement, Yuting had to release an album before the winter vacation, and then hold a concert at the end of the year. "We're just waiting for the album to become famous and lead the concert." Bin's breathing got louder. But among the singers who released their albums at the same time, there is a heavenly king from Hong Kong. Qin Zhe understood. "That's why I can only trouble you. Who in China does not know Miss Qin? You just need to promote the album, and it will be very effective. Actually, I have already written the lyrics and song. But I am too busy recently and forgot to inform you all. How about this? Tell me your company's address, and I will come over." Qin Zhe said. That's too embarrassing." Bin panted heavily. "I will text you later and discuss the details." "Happy working with you," Qin Zhe said. "Oh, although I am doing that while making calls, I hope you will not call me next time. If not, I will fall out with you." "Comrade Bin, when did you start writing songs?" Qin Bao kicked her brother with her white and tender feet. "I just think about it before I sleep, and the song came out. I am not those artists who have difficulties in childbirth." Qin Zhe replied. "You are indeed Fast Gunner." His sister laughed. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been given this nickname. Baby Qin, you're a heartless maggot. Did sister make you Fast Gunner?" Qin Bao sneered. "Sister only made you reveal your nature as a Fast Gunner." Qin Zhe, who was speechless, grabbed his sister's bare feet and pulled her over. He flipped her over and raised his hands. Paw! 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 His sister screamed and moaned. After slapping his sister again, Qin Zhe felt refreshed. He put on his shoes and went out. His sister was lying on the sofa with her arms resting on her head. She said sweetly, "Uncle, let's play again next time." If Dad heard this, his sister would have to make a trip to Germany. On the other side, Abin heard Qin Zhe's last sentence and was stunned. He did not understand the meaning behind Qin Zhe's words. Why did he fall out with him? He was just jogging. Abin turned off the treadmill and went into the lounge to wash away his sweat. He changed into dry clothes and was ready to tell Huang Yuting the good news. It's really difficult to find a fast gunner for a song. It's more tiring than collecting debts. You still want to talk to me about inspiration? The whole world knows how fast you are. Huang Yuting's studio is in the Huahai Film and Television Building. It is an internal studio. After all, Huang Yuting is not a film and television star. It is much more difficult for him to set up his own studio. The advantage of an internal studio is that it has a high degree of freedom and can enjoy the company's resources. At this time, the two team leaders of the marketing department of Huahai Film and Television, the leader in charge of logistics of the studio, and Huang Yuting, a total of 4 people, were sitting in the conference room for a meeting. Our album already has 9 songs. We are short of the last one, a team leader said. We just need a title song. In fact, the previous song is quite good. It can be used as the title song. Another team leader said. They were arranged by the company to be in charge of Huang Yuting's album. The small leader in charge of logistics of the studio glanced at Huang Yuting and smiled bitterly. Brother Huang is not satisfied. Let's look again. Huang Yuting sat opposite them with a cigarette between his fingers. He frowned and said, "Where's Abin?" The small logistics leader said, "I called him just now, but no one answered." Then let's not care about him. Huang Yuting glanced at the 2 team leaders. That song is okay. Usually, it's not a problem to be the title song. But that Heavenly King just released an album last week. If I release an album now, isn't it obvious that I'm being stepped on by him? It's not good for the concert at the end of the year. There is no harm if there is no comparison. In the same issue of the album, the sales gap is too big, and the face of the star is not good. This is the same principle as the box office of a movie. Just like concerts, it is rare for the same singer to hold a concert in the same city. In terms of albums, if there is really a Heavenly King level big shot releasing an album, other singers will avoid it. It is a very common phenomenon in the industry. If you ask me, I'll avoid it and release the album in a while. Huang Yuting said. He looked for the 2 team leaders this time to discuss this matter. The album was planned by the company. He himself is not willing to go head-to-head with the Heavenly King. Although he is also a big shot in the music industry, he is still a level lower than him. How are you going to delay the schedule? If you want to avoid the limelight, it will take at least a month. Then it will clash with your concert, the team leader retorted. Then next year, Huang Yuting said. Yuting, stop fooling around. It's almost the end of the year, and everyone is eager to earn more money and do more promotions. You still want to wait until next year, the other team leader said. Then change the song. It must be at least a good one, Huang Yuting said. The company will help you look after it, but a good one is very rare. It's not easy to write it. No one is a fast shooter, right? The small logistics leader's eyes lit up. Brother Huang, doesn't Qin Zhe owe you a song? There's no chance for him. He hasn't finished writing it for a long time. Huang Yuting curled his lips. Chapter 313. At the mention of this matter, Huang Yuting's liver and stomach hurt. When he bought Qin Zai's products, half of it was to do him a favor, and the other half was an investment. At that time, Qin Zai's nickname of God of Stocks was not so famous. He invested tens of millions to do him a favor. Wasn't it because he wanted him to help him write songs? According to a bin, at that time, Qin Zai had readily agreed. Huang Yuting had even been happy for a while. He was indeed a fast shooter, a fast talker. Who knew that this matter would drag on until now? The fast shooter was surprisingly persistent. What do you mean persistent? You're just standing me up. But no matter how unhappy Huang Yuting was, after seeing the return of the investment, he couldn't rush Qin Zai. If the return of the investment wasn't good, or if it was a loss, then he could just rush Qin Zai to write a song with the mentality of, I only invested because I wanted your song. But now, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who took advantage of Qin Zai. The artists in the industry all said that the first batch of people who bought the products were just lucky. In fact, that was indeed the case. Just the profits alone were comparable to Huang Yuting's income for half a year. That doesn't make sense. Qin Zai's songwriting speed is famous in the entertainment industry. Yuting, you must have been stood up, a team leader said bluntly. Another team leader kicked him under the table and laughed. Maybe he didn't have time. Look at him opening a company and holding a concert recently. After all, he just took over Tianfang Film and Television. His focus is not on composing. He thought to himself that he must have been stood up. The fast shooter was so fast that he could finish writing songs in a short time. But he could not say that. He had to consider Huang Yuting's face. At this point, Huang Yuting was already very frustrated. The company did not look like they would change their mind. The album had to continue. Although they would find good songs for him, after all, not everyone in the world was like the fast shooter, who was high in production and high in quality. The door to the small meeting room was pushed open. Ah Bin, who had just taken a shower, came in refreshed. Where have you been? Huang Yuting said unhappily, have you contacted Qin Zai? I did. Bin sat down and rejected the cigarette offered by the logistics leader. I just finished running. I don't smoke. What did he say? He didn't finish writing again. Huang Yuting asked casually. He had no hope in his heart. Sure enough, it was difficult to get the work of a fast shooter. Looking at the entertainment circle, it seemed that Su Yunhan was the only one who got the song. That song made her famous and started the second spring of her career. Unable to Fall in Love was already Su Yunhan's signature song. It was precisely because of this that the songs of the fast shooter were so precious. It was not without reason that Qin Bao Bao had become the queen of domestic popularity in just half a year. Any one of her songs could make a small singer famous, and the copyright fees would be enough to eat for half a lifetime. No, he said he's done and will come over later, Bin said confidently. The small meeting room was silent for a moment. Huang Yuting suddenly straightened up and threw himself on the desk. He was ecstatic. He really said that? Yes. Bin nodded. It's rock and roll. Yuting, it depends on whether you can master it. No problem. I can practice. Huang Yuting was very excited. He was a professional singer of love songs. In these years, he had reached a bottleneck. From the feedback of the singer, he could see that the audience was tired of his love songs. Therefore, he wanted to change his style. It was very risky for a singer to change his style. It was like a company's transformation or a college student's major. Once they changed to the smelly ditch, they could only shout GG. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Huang Yuting decided to ask the famous fast shooter in the industry for a song. The fast shooter's songs must be the best, fast and precise. Spring is coming. That's great. Has Qinze finally written it? With his title song, even if the sales are not as good as the King's, the popularity will definitely be higher. Yuting, get ready to dominate the charts. Everyone was overjoyed. No one doubted the quality of the song. With the fame of the man's shadow, Qinze's song seemed to be able to hit the charts and be popular for a period of time. When it had been announced the news to everyone in the studio, the staff cheered and applauded. The title song is finally available. What rock and roll will it be this time? Will it be a masterpiece like Farewell Song? I don't know yet, but the quality of Qinze's songs must be guaranteed. It's unexpectedly slow. The fast shooter can't even lift his knife. The fast shooter is not fast enough this time. Bad review. In the hubbub, the door of the studio was pushed open. At the door stood the girl at the front desk with a strange expression, and Qinze with an even stranger expression. The address of the studio was not far from where Qinze lived, more than 10 kilometers. It was not the morning or evening rush hour, so it was not a long drive. But he came all the way here to send a song, only to hear such terrible words. The fast shooter was long, the fast shooter was short. It turned out that when the industry talked about him in private, they all called him the fast shooter. Sure enough, this nickname was used for everyone's ridicule. Speaking of which, who gave him this nickname? It seemed to have been around since the singer. It was the crystallization of the wisdom of the netizens. Does anyone still remember my real name? Do you think I won't flip the table? The pretty girl at the front desk tried her best to hold back her laughter. The corner of her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and held it in. Then, she looked at Qinze. The corner of her mouth started to rise uncontrollably again. She said, "Miss Qin, I'll be leaving first." The girl at the front desk covered her mouth, swayed her hips, and jogged away. Her high heels clicked. The gossip in the little notebook was too embarrassing. Life was too complicated. The studio suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the door, their smiles frozen on their faces. Ahem. I've been coughed. Everyone immediately turned their heads and went about their own business. Their backs were straight, and they were all very serious. They looked like they had nothing on their minds. Miss Qin, come. Bin came up to Qinze and led him to the conference room. Do you have a demo? Did you bring the lyrics and music score? Bin said. Qinze's hands were empty. He was very puzzled. However, it was possible that he had taken a picture of it on his phone. In the conference room, the two team leaders didn't leave. They were looking forward to the good news brought by the fast shooter. After Qinze greeted everyone, Wang Yuting couldn't wait to ask, Miss Qin, do you have a demo? No. Qinze shook his head. Everyone looked at each other. Oh, I'll remember it in my head. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write it down now. Qinze said. He didn't have a staff at home, so he couldn't write it. The so-called composition was just exchanging songs from the point store. He just had to copy it. Qinze planned to change Wang Yuting's song to a very exciting rock song. It couldn't be considered a hit, but it shouldn't be a problem for this song to be popular for a few years. Anyway, if the rock sister didn't sing it, he wouldn't sing it either. Miss Qin, it's really difficult to ask you to sing a song. Wang Yuting was very tired. Qinze smiled and didn't explain. There were a lot of songs in the point store, but the points were limited. Qinze was like a miser guarding his points. Because the system hadn't issued a task for a long time. It had been so long that Qinze couldn't remember how long it had been since he showed his divinity in front of people. The host was a salted fish. He could still be saved. The system was also a salted fish. It was simply a black hole. It was completely hopeless. However, this kind of pace of life was quite good. He had gotten rid of poverty and became rich. His sister didn't need to live under someone else's roof. It didn't matter if the development was slow. One day, he would be able to beat the Eastern Greyhound, step on the black cat in the sky, and have a company under his crotch. Oh, this can't be said, can't be said. Bin called the staff outside to send in a blank staff. She was a curvy workplace beauty with curly hair and an oval face. She blinked at Chin-zae. Can I stay and watch Miss Chin write a song? You want to see how fast I am? Chin-zae muttered in his heart. He grabbed the 2B pencil and wrote. In the air, where no one could see, a blue 3D projection appeared. On it was the lyrics and music score of a song. Even the accompaniment music score was included. It was very detailed. Chin-zae wrote for a while and glanced at it. It was just like plagiarizing the homework of his girlfriend's deskmate. But in the eyes of everyone, the fast gunman was thinking while composing. Every time he raised his head and narrowed his deep eyes inadvertently revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made everyone deeply amazed. What forgetting to bring the notebook? It was obviously fake. How could anyone have such a good memory and restore the creation of a work without missing a word? The title of the fast gunman was well-deserved. In the afternoon of January 26, in the small conference room, 5 people, including Huang Yuding, witnessed the fast gunman composing a rock song in just 10 minutes. Many years later, when they were old and full of vicissitudes of life, they would hit the wheelchair with excitement every time they thought of this scene. The attention of the curly-haired oval-faced young woman was not here. She was appreciating Chin-zae. Chin-zae was her favorite little fresh meat. Since Chin Bao Bao uploaded her brother's photo, she began to pay attention to Chin-zae. That strong figure, sexy muscle curves, and a waist that looked very powerful. It easily stimulated the young woman's G-point. Only a little sister who doesn't know anything will look at the face. The elder sister with rich experience will look at the nose and abdominal muscles of a man. And the hands, well, Chin-zae has a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Looking at the posture and speed of the pen, he should be very flexible. This is a man with a strong hands-on ability. It's done. Chin-zae put down the 2B pencil in his hand and pushed the 5-line notebook to Huang Yuding. Several people came to see it and were eager to see the creation of the fast gunman. Huang Yuding looked at it for a moment. He tried to sing, but he was stumbling. Do you have a piano here? I'll sing it once and it'll be a piece of cake. Chin-zae said. Yes, yes. Huang Yuding was overjoyed. Come with me. Huang Yuding was a singer, and there were various instruments in the studio such as piano, guitar, and so on. After turning a long corridor, there was a piano in the innermost room. It was a pity that there was no electronic piano. This song was suitable to be played with an electronic piano, not a piano. The piano was placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window, covered by a blue curtain. When the curtain was lifted, the bright sound of the piano was spotless and could be used as a mirror. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality product. Under the afternoon sun, Chin-zae sat by the piano. His posture was straight and his whole body exuded an elegant aura. His hands gently pressed the black and white keys, and a loud singing voice floated out from his throat. Love even in death. Not without incisive, not happy. How deep the feelings are, only this is enough to confess. Chapter 3:14. Love even in death. Smile if it's not bitter enough. The heart of the universe is still here. In the instrument room, everyone was startled by Chin-zae's sudden high pitch. Before the piano floated, he was already shouting at the top of his voice. They were not prepared at all. Abin secretly gave Huang Yuding a look, which meant, "What do you think of this song?" Huang Yuding shrugged and shook his head. He had just started singing, so he was not sure if it was good or not. Besides, rock songs were not easy to judge. Many pop songs were inexplicably popular. The singer himself was dumbfounded. So he had to pass the test of the market. But from the first few verses, he felt that it was not bad. The songs written by Qin Zhe were good. Love each other as if every day is the end of the world. Every minute and every second is so beautiful that tears fall. Don't care if others are good or bad. As long as you're brave enough to follow me. Qin Zhe's voice suddenly became soft. His voice was very sexy and magnetic. Huang Yuding listened and gradually became fascinated. At the same time, the door of the instrument room was not closed. The singing spread into the studio. The employees involuntarily put down their work and looked at each other. Is the voice inside a new song by Fast Shooter? Oh, not bad. It's very nice. I can't hear it clearly. Let's go and take a look. The employees left their positions in 2s and 3s and approached the instrument room. Love even in the end. Not extremely romantic, not happy. Hair will turn white, and soil will bury. Yearning will not corrupt. The piano sound gradually dissipated. Qin Zhe shook his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even he found it difficult to sing this kind of high-pitched voice. Huang Yuding looked excited. Abin was enraptured. The two team leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were shining. Love even in death. Good song. Clap, 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 clap. Applause rang out. Huang Yuding and the others heard the sound. They turned to the door and found 7 or 8 employees standing outside. Everyone was smiling and clapping desperately. Boss, there's hope for your title track. This song is so hot. Nice, it's so nice. Someone shouted, long live the fast gunner. Then, Huang Yuding found that Qin Zhe's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Get lost, all of you. Huang Yuding hurriedly chased them away. Qin Zhe was his boss now. If he angered him, what if he stopped selling songs? Speaking of which, he also sympathized with Qin Zhe. He felt that he would never be able to wash off this nickname in his lifetime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Qin Zhe asked. Satisfied. Huang Yuding's handsome face was full of smiles. I feel that if I want to sing, it will be very exciting. This kind of singing is very cool. If it's KTV, it must be a song. As expected of a big shot in the music industry. He had good taste. Qin Zhe also thought so. Hence, he did not sell the copyright of this song. When he returned to Tianfeng Film and Television, it would be another source of income. The development of a company could not be like that of an individual. It could not become popular in a short period of time. Instead, it needed to accumulate a foundation and grow slowly. Miss Qin, then let's talk about the song, a team leader said. This song is very good. Although it has not been tested by the market, we believe in Miss Qin's standards. How about this? I will represent the company and buy the copyright of this song. Buy the copyright of this song of mine. Are you kidding me? When did I say that I want to sell the copyright? We can discuss the price. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price, another team leader added. How much do you intend to pay? Within 3 million. Actually, this price is on the low side. You want to buy the copyright of my song for 3 million. If we don't sell the copyright, we can't discuss this, Qin Zhe said. The two team leaders were instantly disappointed. Both parties had signed a contract. As for the copyright, if it was written in the contract that the buyer owned it, then the copyright would be sold as a bundle. If it was not written, then the copyright would belong to the composer. Other than this album, if Huang Yuting's company wanted to use this song to make a profit, they would have to pay. Then, Miss Qin, give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you now, Abin said. I, Qin Zhe, will transfer the money. Qin Zhe felt very good. It was the sweet feeling of being a big shot. When he was writing down the bank account number, Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment. He remembered the 3 conditions he had set with his sister. Or rather, his sister's unilateral demand. The contents of the 3 conditions were, in the future, all of the little red guy's personal income, excluding the company's profits, would be used as his wife's money and transferred to his sister Qin Baobao's account. Qin Baobao would help Qin Zhe manage his wife's money for 10 years, note, death sentence. If Qin Zhe forcibly withdrew the money within 10 years, his sister Qin Baobao had the right to deduct 70% of the total amount. At that time, his sister wrote a small note and seriously asked Qin Zhe to sign it. Qin Zhe wondered if his sister had been deceived by Ping and Group's saving pocket money trick. That was several months ago. Strange. Why would I think of the past a few months at this time? I should ignore my sister's unreasonable request. Why did I think of it when I was making money? Thinking about it, Qin Zhe found that he had already written down the bank account number. It was his sister's bank account number. Qin Zhe, Abin took the bank card and hurried back a few minutes later. Miss Qin, did you write something wrong on the bank card? Qin Zhe, what's wrong? Abin said, although her surname is Qin, her name shows 3 characters. Qin Zhe sighed. That's right. That's my sister's bank account number. It can't be wrong. Just transfer the money. Abin, he took a deep look at Qin Zhe and turned to transfer the money. He felt that Abin's gaze was very deep and meaningful. Forget it. Abin is very experienced. He shouldn't be surprised. After transferring the money, Qin Zhe said goodbye to Huang Yuting and left his office. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. It was a message from his sister. I just received a notification. It's not my income. Qin Zhe, it's mine. Sister, I love A's the most. Mwah. Qin Zhe replied, don't give me that. You're the same as our dad. He's a spicy old radish. You're a spicy young radish. Sister, okay, I'll send this message to Dad. Qin Zhe, sister, please spare me. Sister, ah. At this time, another message came. It was from his cousin, Jiang Qing. After more than half a month, he finally got the chance to go to the cinema to watch his cousin's movie. High school students didn't have much freedom. Unlike adults, they couldn't watch movies whenever they wanted. Brother, your movies are so good. Many girls in my class are your fans. They want your autograph. Do you want me to introduce you to a few girls? Smirk, do I need you to worry about me? I heard from my aunt that you don't have a girlfriend yet. I've already changed too. Recently, the campus belle of our school has been flirting with me. She wants your autograph. If I work hard, I'll be able to get it. Get it. Get it. Qin Zhe was shocked beyond words. You've slept with a female classmate. Jiang Qing, don't tell my parents. Smirk, Qin Zhe, in this society where relationships were as cold as paper, even a big shot's blanket couldn't give me any warmth. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head in front of my cousin anymore. He remembered that day when he came back from visiting his grandfather's grave. He patted his cousin's head and told him not to be angry with his uncle. Qin Zhe said, I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt. He finally understood the disdain in his cousin's eyes. It wasn't disdain for his father, it was for him. Brother, I've thought about it. When I graduate from high school, I'll be admitted into the film industry and then join your company. I want to make a movie with my cousin too. Why do you want to make a movie with her? I want to kiss her too. You don't know how to spell the word death. Ha, I'm just kidding. Brother, your reaction is so big. You really have a sister complex. I have a sister complex. Does everyone already know about it? Qin was considering whether to kill him. Even if he was his cousin, he couldn't blame him for being merciless if he knew too much. But sister complexes aren't popular anymore. Most of the people in our class have sister complexes. A sister is so good. She's light and soft and easy to push down. Jiang Qing sent a message. That's why you're too young. Qin silently deleted this sentence. He no longer had the right to lecture his cousin with the tone of an experienced person. By the way, my aunt's family is eating at our house today. My cousin is beside me. She wants to talk to you. A moment later. Cousin, I went to watch your movie with Jiang Qing this morning. Smile, this was from his cousin, Zhang Yunxi. How's your studies recently? It's okay. It shouldn't be a problem to get into Fudan next year. The cutoff score for us locals is low. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the University of Finance and Economics. After a pause, Zhang Yunxi sent a message. Actually, I also want to get into the film industry. You also want to make a kissing scene with your cousin. Qin was shocked again. His cousin's thoughts were too dangerous. She looked very normal. If you really want your cousin, then I'm sorry, but we'll have to draw our swords. No, I want to make a kissing scene with my cousin. You're so cool as a pheasant. I like it so much. Zhang Yunxi sent a shy emoji. Just like the girls in class, I'm now your little fangirl. Oh, that's good. What's good about it? Sister, your thoughts are even more dangerous. My heart is so messy that it's about to go blank. God, did you forget to arrange it for me? Qin was very confused. Did he have to add, my problematic sister, after, my sister doesn't want to marry? When he thought of his sister, Su Yu's beautiful face appeared in his mind. If there was anyone among his siblings who was suitable to enter the entertainment industry, it would definitely be his uncle's daughter, his beautiful and cute cousin, Su Yu. She had completely inherited his handsome uncle's genes. She was unbelievably beautiful since she was young. Only Qin Bao could surpass her. If she entered the entertainment industry, as long as her talent wasn't too bad, he felt that he could definitely make her famous with some resources. However, his cousin's singing was average. She was suitable for the film and television industry. If he signed her to Tianfang and made a few movies, she might become popular. It would be easy to raise a celebrity sister. If there was a chance, he could even take her to make a kissing scene. Forget about that, his sister would carry a knife. After receiving Qin love even if you die, Wang Yuding's Huahai Film and Television immediately invested in publicity. First, Wang Yuding posted on Weibo, "Thank you, Miss Qin, for helping us make the album. I look forward to singing your song." Qin then the studio also posted on Weibo, "After a lot of hard work, we finally invited teacher Qin. Good songs are hard to come by. Let's look forward to Miss Qin's new rock and roll work." Qin finally, all kinds of entertainment information were pushed through mobile phones and computers. Qin, who never writes songs for others, suddenly has a lot of inspiration. It's actually for him. Wang Yuding's album, written by Qin. Fast Shooter's new work, let's wait and see. At the end of January, Fast Shooter's new song attacks. Chapter 315. Wang Yuding's album had been promoted on the official Weibo a few days ago. The fans were not surprised, but when they saw the famous fast shooter Qin joining the production, they were excited. Huang Yuting's fans rushed to Qin Zai's Weibo to comment, "Yo, fast shooter, do you have some shady deal with our Yuting? How long has it been since the concert ended? You have a new song again. In the entire entertainment industry, I only admire you. My grandma fell down today, but I held it in and didn't help her. I told my hands that I will only admire you in the future." The commenter above is funny, I wonder what song Qin Zai wrote this time. Is it rock? Is it rock like Li Gu? Actually, Li Gu is not really rock. No, there are no strict rules for rock. It was originally non-mainstream music, so it's fine to say that Li Gu is rock. Qin Zai's fans were very proud. Of course, don't you know who our Qin Zai is? The fast shooter's title is not for nothing. The fast shooter can be so fast that you doubt your life. The fast shooter is the best. He felt that these guys were not fans, but haters. Guo Wenju's studio. Guo Wenju was a big shot in the music industry, on the same level as the heavenly queen Yang Lina. Oh, Yang Lina was Wales's guest partner on Singer, the one who almost won the championship. The older generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens were mostly past their prime. There was little news about them in the entertainment industry, and they only appeared occasionally. Guo Wenju and Yang Lina belonged to the new generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens. Of course, Guo Wenju and his studio would never call themselves heavenly kings. The times were different, and they would be laughed at by fans. I just analyzed it. If it's just one song, Huang Yuting's sales will not exceed ours, the manager said. It's not about the sales, it's about the popularity. Guo Wenju rubbed his temples. Now no one is talking about our album on the internet. It's all over there. It's just a matter of a while. It will stop in a few days, the manager comforted. Guo Wenju looked at him. Reliable. The agent stopped talking. If it were someone else, he would have patted his chest and said, absolutely reliable. But what about a fast shooter? A fast shooter was too scary. For other composers, if one song out of 10 was a masterpiece, they would be a gold medal composer. With decades of composing, if they had 10 masterpieces, they could be called a big shot in the industry and be highly respected. But Fast Gunner was different. Every song of Fast Gunner was exquisite. Exquisite was his bottom line, a terrifying bottom line. Every time the Fast Gunner released a new song, the singers in the entertainment industry would have a kind of fear of invading the village. Weren't singers releasing albums and music videos for the sake of fame and popularity? However, as long as he encountered a fast shooter, he would definitely be suppressed to the point where he could not even lift his head. It was a tragedy. We'll see. Guo Wenju sighed. A few days later, Huang Yuting's album was released under the eagerness of his fans. Due to the good publicity, the sales on the day of the launch skyrocketed. Not only did fans buy the digital album, but many musicians and singers also bought it tacitly. Then, they promoted the single and played the title song, Love Even If You're Dead. Starting with a high pitch. What a joke. Who would sing like that? Was he going to sing a high pitch all the way from the beginning to the end? Many singers and composers were dumbfounded. But soon, the high pitch turned soft and low. It was just a change of the order of the climax of an ordinary song. Needless to say, it was super emotional. If I were to sing this song, it would definitely be super emotional. Many singers had this thought in their minds at the same time. Fast Gunner was really amazing. The fans' thoughts were much simpler. Their appreciation level was the first impression after listening, good and bad. In the comments section of the digital album, after listening to all the songs, let's talk about my personal feelings. The other songs are okay, but they're not outstanding. After listening to them, you won't lose anything. In this album, only Love Even If You're Dead surprised me. How should I put it? This song is very explosive, very emotional, and very exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing this song at the KTV because this song doesn't need to test singing skills too much. It's not like some love songs, where a lyric has several tones, and it's not like some rock songs, where you have to pay attention not to break when you hit the high pitch. But this song is different. You just have to scream as much as you want. The comment got 999 plus likes. Netizens posted below, "This song is super exciting and easy to learn. I can sing it after listening to it a few times. And it's very emotional. I feel like I've been brainwashed. My mother looked at me strangely, but I don't care. I'm very high when I sing it. Not bad, not bad. This high pitch is cool enough, and the bass part is quite touching. It's very immersive to sing when you're heartbroken. It's really too high. I admire Huang Yuding. He sings love songs, but he can also sing a high-pitched song so vividly. I admire Fast Gunner more. Fast Gunner doesn't need to be admired anymore. Just shout 666 for him. See you at the KTV." A week later. Guo Wenju, "No one is discussing my album anymore. His agent, Love Even If You're Dead, is popular, and the heat hasn't died down yet. My son sings this song every day. Guo Wenju, don't people hum it every day in our studio too?" His agent, MMP, Guo Wenju, "I heard that the KTV already has this song. The employees want to go to the party to sing it." His agent, "These guys, do you want me to scold them?" Guo Wenju, "I also want to sing it. Make the arrangements tonight. Let's sing." His agent, "Okay. Miss Chin, although this seems pretentious, I still want to thank you again." Huang Yuding couldn't suppress his laughter. One could imagine that he must be laughing so hard on the other end of the phone. "You're welcome." Chin Zhe smiled. "I'm going to hold a concert at the end of the year, and I'm planning to use the popularity of the album to promote the concert. This album is very successful. Even if the sales are not as high as Guo Wenju's, the topic and popularity are all on my side." Huang Yuding couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bao Bao's voice came from the room. "Ace, help me get the express delivery from Uncle Meng at the concierge." With Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's identities, it was inconvenient for them to have the express delivery delivered to their doorstep. The more valuable things would be sent to the company's address, and some daily trinkets would be sent to Uncle Meng downstairs. "Got it!" Qin Zhe shouted. A song that was popular all over the country would usually become the hot topic for a period of time. It could be in the top 10 of the hot search list for more than 10 days. These hot topics were the favorite targets of online media companies. Even if no one paid them, they would write some gossip about related topics to attract traffic. Among them, the most famous was the shocking section of a certain browser. In the chief editor's office of a certain online media company, Wang Zijin was wearing a black Dior dress and a pair of slender high heels. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head, and she wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. Her long white legs were crossed, and her oval face was clean and fair. She leaned against the office chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze, chewing gum in her mouth. In half a year and a month, Wang Zijin went from being an editor to the chief editor's position. Her former opponents were all defeated by her. In the 2 months since she took over as chief editor, no one doubted her ability anymore. The rumors that she relied on the unspoken rules in the workplace to get to the chief editor's position gradually died down. It wasn't that everyone's thinking had changed, but that the few guys who spread the rumors were fired by Wang Zijin with a reason. She also deducted their bonuses and commissions. Since young, Wang Zijin had never submitted to anyone when it came to fighting. But even if Wang Zijin was so smart, some things were difficult to deal with. For example, her best friend who was mentally ill, and her prospective boyfriend who was also mentally ill. Qin Zhe should be considered her prospective boyfriend. Anyway, their relationship definitely exceeded that of ordinary friends. It was just that Salted Fish didn't confess, and she didn't reveal her cards. If it was an ordinary man whose relationship with such a hot and beautiful sister had reached the level of friendship, he would definitely kick her hard and enjoy a blissful sex life. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary man. He was a salted fish. A few days ago, she tried so hard to seduce Salted Fish. As long as Salted Fish was firm, Wang Zijin would agree to be his girlfriend. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary salted fish. He was the saltiest one. So salty that Wang Zijin felt despair. Every time she saw Salted Fish's tempted and conflicted look, Wang Zijin felt pity for him. At the same time, she felt jealous. Why? Why? There's a huge forest outside, but you have to stay by your sister's side. Sister can't give you a blissful sex life. She also said to herself, why? Why? There are so many handsome young men waiting for you to hook your finger, and they will run over like dogs, waiting for the queen to come to you. Why do you keep thinking about Salted Fish from the Qin family? But she, Wang Zijin, had lived for so many years and been proud for so many years. Finally, she met a man who made her want to have a proper relationship. She wasn't willing to give up just like that. Ring, 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 the landline on the desk made a loud sound. The bubbles that came out of her little mouth burst and stuck to her little face. Chief editor, what's the matter? Wang Zijin pressed the speakerphone button. Zijin, the song Love Even If You're Dead has become popular again. Many netizens have revealed that this song is being sung everywhere in the KTV. There are many people complaining about it. We have to seize the time to ride on its popularity. I'm not satisfied with the articles written by those little rascals. I'll have to trouble you to do it personally. Got it. It's done. Wang Zijin was concise. I'm not worried about your writing skills. The chief editor laughed and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin cleared all the distracting thoughts and browsed the relevant information on the internet. Then, she went to forums, Tiba, and other places where experienced people gathered to read some jokes. In order to survive in an online media company, she had to be familiar with Weibo, forums, and Tiba. She had to understand all kinds of jokes and popular online phrases so that the articles she wrote would not be boring. If she wrote something like a press release, who would read it? Suddenly, Wang Zijin saw a post. The person who posted it said that after being married for so many years, he was no longer interested in his wife. The little vixens outside flirted with him all day long. He wanted to move his anchor, but one day, he found that a man was sending his wife home. He realized that he could not accept his wife falling into another man's arms at all. He decided to continue living with his wife. Netizens commented, "The OP is so magnanimous. You still want to continue living like this? Hurry up and do a paternity test for the child at home. It turns out that your wife also wants to use the iron rod. OP, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you just get a divorce for this kind of thing?" Wang Zijin joined in the fun and posted a string of comments, ha ha ha. Then, she closed the page and focused on writing the article. Chapter 316. On Tiba and forums, there were all kinds of funny posts. Regardless of whether they were true or not, they could always make people laugh. After staying in this kind of place for a long time, there would be different kinds of fun every day. After writing the draft, Wang Zijin handed it over to her subordinates to polish and edit. Now that the situation was in a stalemate, she needed to find an opportunity to break out of it. However, this kind of thing was not about fighting for territory. Wang Zijin did not have much experience. As long as the enemy was too strong and the allies were too lazy, Sister Ziwei would be very passive. The phone rang. It was Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao singing Because of Love. Looking at the name of the caller, it was Xiao Biao, Xiao Taizhu. Wang Zijin picked up the phone. Zijin, Hu Han-san, am back. Xiao Taizhu laughed like an idiot. Why are you in Shanghai again? Wang Zijin never spoke nicely to this childhood friend of hers. Of course, I'm here. Xiao Taizhu laughed and said, otherwise, why would I come all the way to Shanghai? Do you want to die? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. She was not a naive girl who did not understand the meaning of words. On the contrary, her vocabulary was comparable to an experienced driver. Don't misunderstand. The last time I came to Shanghai, I hooked up with a good girl. Her breasts and butt, tsk, made me forget to go back. This time, I took the initiative to go on a business trip and come over to have a good time with her. I just sent her a few ellipses. Zhao Biao laughed. Go away, there are no good men. Wang Zijin scolded, young Master Zhao, you have been flirting with women in Beijing. You came all the way to Shanghai just for this. Are you tired? You don't understand, right? This is called fun. Zhao Taizhu said, in this day and age, it's easy to get tired of everything. Only young men like to do things recklessly. Old people like us pursue fun. Think about it, I came all the way here, bringing my manners and local specialties, and then I shot a few Italian cannons. After dawn, I had to leave because of business. TSK, how interesting. You didn't see that little girl's tearful expression when she couldn't bear to part with me. It's all because I'm good at martial arts. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have a lot of things on my mind. I don't want to bicker with you. No, let's go out for dinner tonight. I have a flight tomorrow morning. All right. 7 p.m., at a rooftop barbecue restaurant. The wind was biting cold, but the charcoal fire on the table was blazing. The roast meat on the iron rack was sizzling, and there was also a steaming hot borscht. Wang Zijin crossed her legs and bit the straw in her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at the night view in the distance. Zhao Taizhu sat opposite her. He used a small knife to cut up a whole piece of streaky pork and spread it on the iron rack. A moment later, the aroma of meat filled the air. We've been friends for so many years. I don't need you to leave with tears. At least give me a smile. Zhao Taizhu rolled up the roast meat with lettuce and put it on Wang Zijin's plate. I didn't see you bring Qin Zhe. What's wrong? Did you have a fight? Wang Zijin ignored him and was thinking about this plan in her heart. Zhao Tiezhu's eyes wandered around. There was a mature and beautiful big sister nearby who was smiling particularly charmingly. Zhao Taizhu, who was wearing a designer suit that ordinary white-collar workers could only dream of, gave the beautiful big sister a coquettish wink. The mature woman with sharp eyes gave him a wink back. Zhao Taizhu understood and asked the waiter for a note. He wrote down his mobile phone number and gave the waiter 200 yuan to pass to the other party. Before I leave tonight, I can give out a few more ellipses. Zhao Taizhu said to himself. Stallion spirit, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Wang Zijin said in a tone that expected better from him. Sooner or later, I'll die anyway. It's better to die comfortably. Zhao Taizhu was thick-skinned and thick-skinned. As for me, I've accumulated good karma in my previous life. In this life, I've been reincarnated into a good family and have a good father. Since I've accumulated good karma in my previous life, I should enjoy it in this life. No matter how hard and tiring it is, I have to grit my teeth and endure it. That's what a man with a phoenix does. If I don't enjoy it now, I won't be able to when I'm old. Wang Zijin was speechless. This kind of flatterer made sense. She was speechless. If you're unhappy, just tell me. Don't hide it in your heart. Zhao Taizhu lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled. The smoke was instantly blown away by the cold wind. He narrowed his eyes and his expression became much more serious. When it comes to relationships, women are born to be at a disadvantage. I'm a scumbag. I can't deny that. A leopard can't change its spots. Your sister-in-law may not be unaware of my messy affairs outside. She's a good woman. In this life, as long as she doesn't divorce me, I'll live with her. But in the final analysis, I still owe her, and I'm still a scumbag. Although Zijin, you've been smart since you were a child, you'll always meet a man you like. If it was 10 years ago, I wouldn't say a word. Anyone who dares to have ideas about my queen, no matter who he is, he has to die. Now, I just hope you don't meet a scumbag like me. Zhao Taizhu said seriously. He's not a scumbag. He's much better than you. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. He's just too stubborn. Listening to your tone, you won't meet a love rival, right? Zhao Tiezhu's eyes flashed with the light of gossip. I'm very confident in you when it comes to scolding people. Don't be afraid. Kill her. Any woman who dares to block Sister Ziwei's way will be trampled flat, crushed, and killed. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. The enemy is too strong. She used to think that the coquettish goods at home were just paper tigers, not worth mentioning. Now she found that she had made a serious mistake of underestimating the enemy. Su Yu, this kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry, can be dealt with one hand. The great god at home is her #1 enemy. Her sister is sick and can be rescued. Her younger brother is also sick. She feels that Corinne's senzu beans can't be saved. I'm willing to serve the queen, Zhao Taizhu patted his chest. Do you need me to go? Wang Zijin glanced at him. Taizhu, it's not that sister looks down on you. Although you look tall and strong, I feel that Qin Zhe can pinch you to death with one finger. Zhao Taizhu remembered the scene of Qin Zhe tearing the glass with his hand. His heart was scared, but he still said, even so, I can go through water and tread on fire for Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin immediately took out her mobile phone. Then you fight with him. I've wanted to beat him for a long time. Don't, Sister Ziwei. Zhao Taizhu panicked. I just said it casually. If I go back to the capital in a wheelchair, you won't be able to explain it to your sister-in-law. Coward. Wang Zijin coquettishly rolled her small eyes. Let's just break up. Men are all cheap bones. They only know how to cherish something after losing it. Zhao Taizhu came up with a crooked idea. Ding. Your IQ has been successfully recharged. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. She remembered the post she saw in the afternoon. A man who was about to have a change of heart saw his wife and another man walking close together. He immediately became jealous and decided not to leave his wife. Wang Zijin felt that she could cheat Qin Zhe. In the art of war that her grandfather taught her, this move is called false and true, passing off the false as the true. Little red guy, don't blame sister for playing tricks on you. Wang Zijin opened her mobile phone's camera function and took a picture of the fragrant barbecue on the dining table. Zhao Taizhu lowered his head and entered the camera. Do you want to take a picture and post it in your moments? How can you miss my handsome face? Can you get out? Don't show your head. Wang Zijin took the picture again. Hey, don't be so far away. Show your hand. Zhao Tiezhu's face can't appear in the camera. Wang Zijin hasn't learned Photoshop yet. As soon as he shows his head, he can't cheat the little red guy. After taking the picture, Wang Zijin decisively uploaded it to her moments. Today's dinner was very happy. It was beautiful. Shy. After that, Wang Zijin ate the barbecued meat while checking her social media feed. Soon. Aunt Chin liked it. Uncle Chin liked it. They don't think I'm having dinner with their little red guy. Then. Chin bow bow, applause, 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 hum. The little bitch must be very happy. The wolf, finally caught a rich guy. Suyu, where are you eating? I want to come too. Get out of here. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Suyu, hey, this is not Chinze's hand. What the hell, what's the relationship between this woman and the little red guy? Even their fingers are so familiar. Wang Zijin's peach blossom eyes burst out murderous intent. Zhao Taizhu on the opposite side was stunned. After many years, Sister Ziwei showed her ferocious fangs again. Just like when she was sitting on the cement slab in the corner of the yard with a small red school bag, pointing at a group of followers below, her murderous eyes were full of murderous intent. A pleasant female voice sounded. It was Wang Zijin's mobile phone. She took it out and looked at it. Suddenly, she smiled. Oh, it's the little red guy's phone. Are you anxious? Are you angry? Are you panicking? Are you afraid? Wang Zijin hung up the phone, thinking, I'm ignoring you, I'm not answering your phone. Get angry, little red guy. The little red guy really got angry and kept calling. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. She turned off her phone. Have you finished eating? Let's go. Zhao Taizhu said. This was because he saw that the mature and beautiful big sister had already left. Before she left, she even gave him a flirtatious look. Zhao Taizhu understood and prepared to send Wang Zijin back quickly. Before leaving Shanghai tomorrow, he could send a batch of ellipses to her. Don't worry. Wang Zijin smiled and said, do you think a man and a woman who are dating for dinner in the evening have to get an hourly room or something after dinner? Zhao Taizhu, degree, he was shocked. What did Sister Ziwei mean by this? This playful and ambiguous smile, Zhao Taizhu hesitated and said in distress, Zijin, although you were my girlfriend in primary school, after all, so many years have passed, and I have a family and a career. Even if you regret it now, it's a little late. Alas, this love can become memories, but at that time, it was already lost. Wang Zijin was stunned and sneered, you're looking for death. Zhao Taizhu, even if you're beautiful and excellent, I'm the man you can't get in your life. Wang Zijin sneered again, shit won't be noble because no one cares about it. Even if the charcoal fire was burning, the cold wind was still too cold. Wang Zijin and Zhao Taizhu paid the bill and left. She lay on the driver's seat and rolled down the seat, I'll take a nap for a while. Send me home at 10 o'clock. I've sent the address to your mobile phone. Zhao Taizhu said, oh, and thought that he had a great chance to touch the mature big sister tonight. Set off at 10 o'clock, it would only take half an hour to send her back. The road was not blocked at night, and if he drove faster, he would arrive in 20 minutes. He still had a lot of time to do the things he wanted to do. At worst, he could change the flight. Dawdling until 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Taizhu rushed all the way to Qinzai's community. He didn't know how many speeding photos were taken along the way, but this was not what young Master Zhao cared about. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the community. He woke up Wang Zijin. Just roll down the window a little later. Wang Zijin patted her face and said inexplicably. What are you doing? Zhao Taizhu was confused. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Wang Zijin got out of the car. The cold wind blew on her face, and she shivered all over. According to her understanding of Qinzai, the little red guy must be watching her in a dark place at the gate of the community. Wang Zijin took a deep breath and raised a sweet smile on her face. She went around to the driver's window and waved with a sweet smile, "Goodbye." Zhao Taizhu shivered, stepped on the accelerator, and left. When Wang Zijin just walked into the community, she heard a faint voice in the dark, "Sister Ziwei, you're back." Even if she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. She turned her head and saw Qin Zhe standing there with his hands in his pockets and his head held high. He stood with a posture of "forgive me for being unrestrained and loving freedom." He was not surprised at Wang Zijin's return at all. "Ace, why are you here?" Sister Ziwei said in a surprised tone. "I came down to get the express from Mr. Mang in the reception office." "Where's the express?" "The express didn't arrive." Qin Zhe said faintly, "I received a 999 critical hit from a knife." Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. Chapter 317. Before doing this, Wang Zijin hesitated because it would be risky to do so. If the little bumpkin was hopeless, he would abandon her and go to his sister's arms. Wang Zijin would cry. But the little bumpkin ran down and waited for her with jealousy. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior White, please bless me. The little bumpkin could be saved. Then let's go up together." Wang Zijin smiled and held Qin Zhe's arm. "Okay." Qin Zhe quietly took a step back, not letting her hold his arm, and walked straight forward. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. It was the first time she played this trick. Did she use too much strength? She looked at the little bumpkin's angry and depressed eyes. She felt inexplicably distressed. The two kept a distance of half a body and walked side by side into the depths of the community. The community was so quiet that it made Wang Zijin panic. The street lights pulled the shadows of the two people very long. Wang Zijin turned her head to look at him. Qin Zhe's face was very indifferent. His dark eyes, which she usually thought were very deep, were particularly indifferent at this moment. They passed through the street lights and entered the dark area. "Sister Ziwei, who are you eating with today?" Qin Zhe whispered. Wang Zijin's heart was slightly relieved. Since Qin Zhe asked, it meant that her plan was successful. Although he was temporarily traumatized, as long as she comforted him later, it should be remedied. If she couldn't do it, she could learn from Qin Bao Bao and cry. The little bumpkin liked it the most. "Just a friend." Wang Zijin pretended to be perfunctory. "What friend?" "Sister Ziwei, do you still have friends in Shanghai?" Qin Zhe asked. "Well, I didn't have any before, but I will eventually meet them." Wang Zijin smiled. "You've been eating for 5 hours." Qin Zhe stared into her eyes. Wang Zijin sees the deep sadness hidden in Qin Zhe's eyes. She is moved in her heart. The young man is also an experienced internet user. He must be familiar with the story about the goddess having dinner with the tall, rich, and handsome man and coming back late at night. Then her plan must have succeeded. There was no need for too many words. Qin Zhe had already understood. "What's wrong? Is Ace unhappy that I went out to eat with my friends?" Wang Zijin smiled faintly as she stared at Qin Zhe. The little red guy must be very anxious now. A non-existent love rival appeared out of nowhere. He would definitely not continue to be a salted fish. She was ready to accept the little pervert sobbing. Then she pretended to be a big sister and hugged him in her arms. "Little fool, I lied to you." "Happy." Qin Zhe looked at her deeply and whispered, "Sister Ziwei has been away from home for so long. You must be very lonely. There is someone you like who can accompany you." "I am also happy for Sister Ziwei." After he finished speaking, he forced a smile and said, "It's true." Wang Zijin's mouth was agape, and her face was blank. Qin Zhe took a deep breath. Sister will also be very happy. You are best friends. If a best friend finds someone she likes, her wandering heart will have someone to rely on. Of course, she will be happy. The script was not right. Sister Ziwei considered several possibilities. For example, Qinze confessed his feelings to her because of jealousy. She could explain things clearly and then happily accept the little red guy into her arms. Almost, the little red guy yelled at her and shouted himself hoarse. She could also take the opportunity to tell the truth. The little red guy would still throw himself into her arms, sobbing and saying, "Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you." But she didn't expect that the salted fish would really give up on her. When they were in the car, Zhao Taizhu asked her, "Aren't you afraid of leaving a crack in his heart by doing this?" Wang Zijin thought for a moment and sighed. "Cut the Gordian knot. You don't know that if I don't use strong medicine, this kind of thing will continue to drag on." Zhao Taizhu wondered, what the hell is going on? Wang Zijin did not say anything. She looked at the night outside the car window and remained silent. I'm out of control. Wang Zijin's heart was in a mess. The two stood in the cold wind, speechless for a long time. Qinze lit a cigarette. He looked very depressed when he smoked, like a defeated dog. It was easy to imagine the image of a defeated man smoking alone. Wang Zijin's heart seemed to be pinched by someone. "I'm really happy." Qinze lowered his head slightly. "Sister Ziwei is so good to me that I almost misunderstood. Although I'm still very unwilling, I must be happy for Sister Ziwei. I can't cause trouble for Sister Ziwei because of my emotions." Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, he lowered his head, shrugged his shoulders, and walked away silently. Wang Zijin stood alone in the same place, her face pale. She watched Qinze walk away. 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps, her mind was in a complete mess. In her life, Wiley Six had played many tricks. She had cheated many people, but she was rarely cheated by others. She was smart and proud, but she was helpless against Qinze. After being frustrated, she finally wanted to play a trick, but it went wrong. In front of this man, her cleverness was of no use. Because she cared too much, she became stupid. "Qinze, I lied to you." Wang Zijin screamed. Not far away, Qinze stopped. "Sister Ziwei, what are you talking about? I don't understand." He was a little far away and his voice was not loud, but Wang Zijin heard it clearly. "You have to understand. I was lying to you." "Lied to me? Why did you lie to me?" Wang Zijin, who was mentally and physically exhausted, rushed over. She hugged Qinze from behind, like a woman behind a pervert. She hugged his waist tightly and cried, "Because I like A's, I like him very much." After shouting this sentence, she felt much better. The pain just now made her understand that she could not accept being a stranger with Qinze. "But I don't like you." Qinze tried to break her hands, but he failed. She hugged him tightly. "You can't not like me. You can't not like me." Wang Zijin cried out, "That person is Xiao Biao, not some other man. I didn't mean to lie to you, I was wrong. Is it fun?" Qinze gritted his teeth. "No, it's not fun at all. Ace, please forgive me." Wang Zijin sobbed and said intermittently. In the cold wind, the two stood still. Then Qinze quietly took out his phone and sent a message, "It's done." A few seconds later, there was a reply, "Are you crying?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha." Looking at the chat history, the first message was sent at 9 o'clock, from Zhao Biao. "Zhao Biao, what's wrong with you, kid? Did you have a conflict with my sister Ziwei?" "Qinze, you saw her WeChat moments too. She's eating outside with another man, and no one is answering her phone. I want to explode now. Xiao Biao. That person is me, bastard. She fell asleep in my car and said she would go back at 10 o'clock. Wait, I seem to have seen through something. Qinzai, F***ck, I'm so angry. This joke isn't funny at all. Xiao Biao, when young couples have conflicts, the most taboo is to sulk. The longer you sulk, the more you'll think. Look, you forced my sister Xian to use such a crooked move, you unlucky child. Qinzai, I'm F***king confused. What did I do? I didn't quarrel with her. Xiao Biao, anyway, communicate more. Zijin has never had a boyfriend before. She may be smart, but she's immature in some aspects and can't control herself. If my wife is so angry with me, I'll just write a divorce agreement. A woman doesn't know what a man is thinking. Qinzai, got it, I'll send her a message. Xiao Biao, wait, I have a bold idea. A few kilometers away, in the car by the roadside. Xiao Biao sent the 3 words, ha ha ha, and said, Zijin, I can only help you up to this point. How could Wang Zijin hide her thoughts from Tai Zhu, an experienced driver? When Wang Zijin took the photos and didn't let his face show, Tai Zhu knew what was going on. He shook his head in his heart. This method wouldn't work. From a man's point of view, if a woman wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. Oh, he ignored this point. His sister Ziwei didn't know how to cook. The rest of her methods were nothing more than being gentle and considerate, acting cute, winking and shaking her butt. Pretending to have a man outside not only wouldn't capture a man's heart, but would also make him mentally explode. Wang Zijin was smart, but she had too little experience in love. She was too naive. Tai Zhu knew everything, but he didn't say anything. A vicious plan formed in Tai Zhu's heart. Since he was young, it had always been Wang Zijin who tricked him. Student Zhao Taizhu either fell into Wang Zijin's trap or was falling into her trap. In fact, it was the opposite. He immediately sent a message to Qinzai. Not only did he clarify Wang Zijin's trap, but he could also make up for the crack in Qinzai's heart and trap Wang Zijin at the same time. Qinzai, who was full of anger, hit the nail on the head. When Zhao Taizhu returned to the capital, he was going to make a note in a small notebook. On a certain day, Wang Zijin threw herself into the arms of a certain man and cried. She begged the other party not to abandon her and shed tears of regret. Zhao Taizhu started the car and drove into the night. His voice floated in the night sky. How can I not be stabbed when I'm in the martial arts world? You stabbed me, I'll stab you back. His voice was torn in the night wind. On the other side, Wang Zijin cried sadly. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She had never cried so miserably in her life. She sobbed and apologized in a choked voice. This time, it was really out of control. The internet said that Dali creates miracles, but it was all a lie. Sister was wrong. Ace, don't be angry, okay? You can't not like me. Sister likes you so much, she sobbed and sniffed. Wang Zijin hugged Qinzai tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, they would forget about each other. After Qinzai sent the message, he saw that she was still crying. His arms tightened around her waist as if they were going to break. She wiped her tears and snot on his back as she cried. Sister Ziwei's body was so soft. Her breasts were so plump. It felt so good. Sister Ziwei had never cried like this before. Sister Ziwei did so much to make him confess. If she knew that she was tricked, would she explode on the spot? Would she fall over her chest on the spot? It's so convenient for her to be in this position. I feel like I've gone too far. Qin Zhe hesitated for a while before he summoned his courage. Sister Ziwei, there's something I don't know if I should say. Chapter 318. I'm going to lose this round of emotional manipulation. Qin Zhe's heart was in turmoil. After tricking so many tears, he saw Sister Ziwei's weakest side under her virtuous exterior. There were so many shameful lines. You can't not like me, you can't not like me, I like A's the most, sister was wrong, please forgive me. With such a shameful line, even if it was a shameless sister, she would still give him a death hug or a scissors kick before covering her face and running away. If it was really his sister, he wouldn't be afraid. I, salted fish say, am best at coaxing my sister. But how am I supposed to coax Sister Ziwei? I have no experience at all. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Sister Ziwei exploded on the spot, completing a solo kill. Little fool, I lied to you too. Sister Ziwei threw him over her chest, completing another solo kill. He didn't expect Sister Ziwei to have such a big reaction. He just wanted to punish her a little. You pissed me off. It doesn't make sense that you can trick me, but I can't trick you. You can't discriminate between men and women, right? No, in this situation, Sister Ziwei definitely won't be reasonable. She's a woman too. Qin Zhe thought of some funny gifs on the internet. For example, he tricked his girlfriend to see his butt, then after his girlfriend shrank under the blanket, he farted and covered the blanket to prevent his girlfriend from coming out. For example, when he was sunbathing, he took a magnifying glass and aimed it at his girlfriend's bikini-clad butt. For example, when his girlfriend was sleeping, he put a big snake under the blanket. In the past, Qin Zhe was overjoyed and mocked foreigners for seeking death. Unknowingly, I had also dug my own grave like the foreigners. Wang Zijin sniffed and choked, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. You're definitely going to say that you don't like me anymore. I already said that I was wrong, what else do you want me to do? Boo-hoo. She started crying again. Qin Zhe's heart sank. She was going to cry like a fool. She would definitely explode later. Let go of me first, then listen to me, Qin Zhe said. He couldn't give her a chance to fall over her chest. Wang Zijin let go of his hand. Her little face was a mess from crying. Her nose was red, and her eyes were red. She looked at him timidly, which reminded Qin Zhe of his sister's eyes when she cried. It was the same kitten-like eyes. She wanted to be close to you, but she was also afraid of being abandoned. Do you know, when I saw your photo, I almost exploded. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. A's, I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Zijin sniffled. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she almost cried again. No matter how strong a woman was, no matter how smart a woman was, she would still meet a man who made her willing to be a fool. After knowing that it was Xiao Taizhu, I heaved a sigh of relief and felt really happy. Because I also like Sister Ziwei, very much. The sudden confession stunned Wang Zijin. Her eyes lit up with joy, bright and beautiful. But I'm still very angry. I can't accept Sister Ziwei being close to another man. I can't accept it at all. Qin Zhe's expression was serious. Wang Zijin quickly shook her head. Then. I forgive you for this. Qin Zhe nodded seriously. Yes, I forgive you. Wang Zijin was very touched. She threw herself into Qin Zhe's arms and said happily, A's is the best. Ding. Player Qin Zhe received, Sister Ziwei's heart. This item is not tradable. Confess and leniency. No way. I'm a salted fish, not a wooden club. How could I confess such a stupid thing? On one side was Sister Ziwei's chest throw, and on the other side was Sister Ziwei's little girl snuggling. Even a stinky salted fish knows how to choose. Do I have to be a straightforward boy and say, Sister Ziwei, actually, Taiju and I teamed up to trick you just now? Taiju was so innocent. Don't sell him out so early. If Sister Ziwei's reaction wasn't so big, Qinzhe would have confessed to her. If he confessed now, not only would he be done for, but he would also get his teammate Zhao Taiju into trouble. Wang Zijin's heart was racing. She thought shyly and happily, does this count as his confession? Then are we confirmed to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Sister Ziwei's mind was in a mess. There was a sour smell of love in her nose. Wang Zijin didn't suspect that she had fallen into a trap at all. It was mainly because Qinzhe's acting was too good. He played the role of a disappointed and sad boy very realistically. Qinzhe exchanged for the Master of Best Actor. Qinzhe put his chin on Wang Zijin's head and sniffed her faint fragrance. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it while he could. The proud and intelligent Sister Zijin, the natural and unrestrained Sister Zijin, the black-bellied and black-handed Sister Zijin. Waha, I didn't expect you to cry in my arms today. It's so cool just thinking about it. I'll delete the message later. This can't be exposed. Once it's exposed, I'll sell Brother Taiju out. Sister Ziwei, will you be my girlfriend? Qinzhe whispered. Wang Zijin suddenly looked up. Her face was glowing and her eyes were like stars. She said softly, don't you want to be a salted fish anymore? Qinzhe. Why am I a salted fish? Sister thinks I'm a salted fish. Do you think I'm a salted fish too? Flips table. Don't you regret it? Wang Zijin asked again. I regret, what? Qinzhe's smile was unnatural. Wang Zijin didn't say anything. She looked at him with a deep gaze. Qinzhe had a strange feeling. It was as if the secret in the depths of his heart had been uncovered by her and exposed. I've thought it through, Qinzhe said. After this incident, he had thought it through. If you like someone, you must say it out loud. Love hidden in your heart has no value. He also told him about Zhangya. You're not Yanghua. There's a little Guixiang who's worried about you and won't marry for the rest of her life. A woman's time flies like water. No one will wait for you forever. I don't want us to end up like, I'm 100 years old when I look back, or I'm just frustrated at that time. I like you. I like you very, very much. Fortunately, you like me too. Qinzhe said, so, be my girlfriend. Then bow, don't talk. Kiss me. Wang Zijin didn't say anything because her lips were blocked by Qinzhe. Wang Zijin was like a heroine in a novel. She moaned and softened in Qinzhe's arms. Qinzhe was very experienced in kissing. He had learned it all from his sister. There were 3 steps to kissing. First, lick the other party's lips. The weather is dry in winter. Remember to lubricate first. A lot of things have to be lubricated first. Qinzhe ate a mouthful of fruit-flavored lip balm. Wang Zijin smeared strawberry lip balm on her lips. Second, suck the other party's lips. Suck hard to achieve the effect of kissing until your lips are swollen. He had personally tested it on his sister. Her lips weren't swollen. How dare you say you love her? Third, stick out your tongue, of course. Kissing without sticking out one's tongue was a hooligan. Sister Ziwei's tongue was soft and shy. She was even shyer than his sister and kept dodging. Night, cold wind, street lights. A couple hugged and kissed under the street lights. If it was a domestic drama or a Korean drama, it would be a touching scene. The audience would applaud. If it was a female novel, the readers would send flowers to celebrate the male and female protagonists finally coming to fruition. But in the normal world, the man couldn't control his hands. Qin Zhe looked at Sister Ziwei's slender waist with his left hand and touched her perky but with his right hand. Although it wasn't as round as his sister's, his hand was very high and there were no flaws in it. Women who persisted in working out all had great figures. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded the whole time. After the long kiss, Qin Zhe let go of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up. Their eyes met. Even the cold wind at the end of January couldn't blow away the strong sour smell of love. Don't tell Bao Bao about this first, okay? Wang Zijin whispered. Qin Zhe was silent and looked at her. Isn't this what you want? He said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Wang Zijin thought that he was right. He wasn't a fool. Under this salty appearance, there was a very delicate mind. This was what she wanted. At this time, they should go home hand in hand and then show off their love in front of Qin Bao Bao and give her a blow to the heart. The pain would be unavoidable, but then it would be cured. Then, Bao Bao would be able to live a very, very long and peaceful life. But Wang Zijin was afraid. She was afraid that in the end, they wouldn't be best friends. She valued Qin Bao Bao so much. She was the woman who had shared a bed with her for more than half a year. When she ran away from home and drifted outside, Qin Bao Bao took her in without hesitation. For her, Wang Zijin was willing to slap the little brother and sister who grew up with her. For her career to be smoother, she didn't hesitate to call the contacts her angry father left in Shanghai. For her, she didn't hesitate to hook up with salted fish. Oh, that didn't count. She wanted to hook up with salted fish. But her best friend's illness must be cured. She couldn't let Bao Bao sink deeper and deeper. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe. She didn't want to tell him, compared to our newly confirmed relationship, I value our best friend relationship with Bao Bao more. This little chick would probably explode on the spot. Let's go home. Qin Zhe held her hand and walked in the direction of home. Wang Zijin was like a little wife, letting him hold her hand. They walked in silence. When they reached downstairs, Qin Zhe whispered, Sister Ziwei. She didn't speak for a long time. Wang Zijin tilted her head and stared at him with her bright eyes without blinking. For the rest of my life, please take care of me, he said. When I was young, I loved to make empty promises. But now, I regret it so easily. This is the first promise Salted Fish Lake, but I won't regret it. Chapter 319. The door was right in front of them. Qin Zhe held Wang Zijin's hand, stood still, took a deep breath, and took out the key. If he held Wang Zijin's hand and went in, as long as his sister wasn't blind, she would know. Next, domestic violence might happen in my Qin family, but I will live on. When my sister's long legs are 0.1 millimeters away from my neck, my body will tremble, and the aura of a bastard will surge out. Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said calmly, open the door. Qin Zhe was stunned. Was she serious about hiding it from his sister? Why? This was very unlike Zijin. But deep down, he was relieved. The lights in the living room were bright, and the TV was playing a certain anti-Japanese drama. Every time his sister watched a drama, Qin Zhe would feel a chill in his balls. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to learn how to tear the devils apart? His sister was sleeping on the sofa, curled up and hugging her chest. She was in a lonely and cold position. After all, it was winter and the air conditioner was on. She would feel cold even if she didn't cover herself with a blanket. She should be watching TV while waiting for them to come home. But she fell asleep while waiting. Don't catch a cold. Wake her up and go back to her room. Wang Zijin changed into slippers and walked over. I'll carry her back to her room. Qin Zhe said softly, be quiet. Don't wake her up. Then I'll take a shower first. Wang Zijin hugged her pajamas and whispered. Shower. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. Yes, she should take a shower first. He had a feeling that he, Salted Fish Zai, was going to make a comeback. Tonight would be an unforgettable night. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom. Qin Zai carried his sister into the room, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Her elder sister was snoring away. Sleeping, she was less charming and flirtatious, and more innocent and cute. Her face was fair and her facial features were exquisite. His sister's eyelashes were strange, long and curly. He looked at his sister's face carefully. Her rosy lips were tempting. Perhaps it was because she was lying flat, but the pressure on her chest made it difficult for her to breathe. She turned to her side, mumbled, and continued to sleep. Sure enough, Big Sister's little mouth attracted me the most. I really can't be saved. But even if there's no medicine to save me, I still want to try. My sister is like a cancer, corroding my body and soul. It's all your fault. You're such a troublesome little demon. Little Guoxiang was ruined by Yang Guo for the rest of her life. She rode on her little stove and became a nun on Mount Amei. She was never married. But Yang Guo already had his daughter Xiaolong, so his heart could not hold any other woman. His sister was Guoxiang, and Qin Zai didn't do that because he had Xiaolong as his daughter. He was afraid that Hero Guo would jump into the air and attack him with his 18 dragon-subduing palms. I, Qin Yang, have always loved freedom. Even if you, Hero Guo, know the 18 dragon-subduing palms, I can still take out my great Dharma weapon to defeat you. But this Hero Guo was really vicious. He would also use the 18 dragon-subduing palms on Guoxiang later. Bao Bao Guoxiang was not good enough. She had only learned one move in her life. If she took the 18 dragon-subduing palms head-on, she would definitely die. And Huang Rong, her rolling pin. Dog-beating stick was very sharp. If a man and a woman fought together, even the unrestrained Qin Yang and the cute Bao Bao Guoxiang would not be able to escape death. Then there was the scholarly sage's etiquette, righteousness, honor, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. Even the eternal fire could not save you. In the end, there was also the battle of words from the melon-eating masses, condemning in both speech and writing. It was guaranteed that one's heart would be pierced through. Qin Zai sat on the bed and thought for a long time. He couldn't think of a reason. He only felt that it was more messy. Forget it. Since Hero Yang Guo is useless, I will only worship Master Xiaobao in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin came out of the shower. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping, so she couldn't use the hairdryer. She used a dry towel to dry her hair and turned her head. Why are you still here? Wang Zijin asked. I'm waiting for you. Qin Zai stared at her. Why are you waiting for me? Wang Zijin didn't understand. She rolled her eyes at him. Go take a shower and sleep later. Yes, take a shower and sleep. This process can't be skipped. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable. Qin Zai put aside the matter in his heart and happily went to take a bath. He took off his clothes and put a toothbrush in his mouth. His head was covered with foam. He took a shower while brushing his teeth. If he wanted to pee, he could also pee. After taking a shower, he found that his sister's room was closed. He went into his room and saw that the bed was empty and the quilt was neatly folded. Qin Zai thought, this woman is so pretentious. She even wants me to invite her. He secretly opened his sister's door and sneaked in. Both sisters were lying on the bed. One was asleep and the other was awake. The one who wasn't asleep was shocked and said in a low voice, Why did you come in? Qin Zhe didn't say anything and carried Sister Ziwei away. Wang Zijin kicked her little feet and said in a low voice, don't mess around. As she spoke, Qin Zhe had already carried her out of the room and into his room. He threw her on his bed. Wang Zijin was stunned. She hugged her knees like a frightened deer and leaned against the bed. She said in a trembling voice, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Qin Zhe was confused. Didn't you ask me to take a shower? I'm taking a shower before sleeping. Is there a problem? Wang Zijin stared at him and said, don't you take a shower before sleeping? Qin Zhe. Was this the legendary, playing hard to get? Sister Ziwei really knew how to play around. Qin Zhe started to take off his clothes. Wang Zijin kicked him in the chest. Okay, this wasn't playing around. Sister Ziwei, you're my girlfriend. Qin Zhe held her feet and said angrily, don't you know what a girlfriend should do? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If I don't use it soon, the iron rod will rust. You're my first real girlfriend. You can't be like the previous two girlfriends of dog leading. Wang Zijin retracted her feet but didn't withdraw them. She could only let him hold them and said softly, I'm not ready. Can you not do it? Sister Ziwei looked timid. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. The third time, you took the initiative to sit on me, Qin Zhe said. In the past, he would never have dared to say this. Today, Sister Ziwei kissed and touched him, revealing their relationship. His intimacy with Sister Ziwei increased exponentially. What was the saying? Yes, it was sweet. Now that their relationship was clear, if he still acted like a gentleman, it would be easy to cut the iron rod. Be good. I'm really not ready. Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, are you going to force me? Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin was extremely charming. Her body was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were so charming that they were about to drip water. Sister Ziwei was now a feast for the eyes. Okay, then how long do you need to prepare? Qin Zhe said dejectedly. I don't know either, Wang Zijin said softly. Am I your King fake boyfriend? We kissed so passionately just now. Wang Zijin composed herself and tried to put on a dignified posture, although her beautiful oval-shaped face was still red. She frowned. We just started dating, and you want to carry me to bed. Are you that kind of ace? Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin said righteously, you didn't give me flowers, you didn't even have a candlelight dinner, and a movie. Anyway, we can't do it. I'll give you the flowers tomorrow, and we'll have a candlelight dinner tomorrow night. As for the movie, we've watched at least 108 gigabytes, right? Qin Zhe said. Was Sister Ziwei's philandering disease acting up again? Did couples have to have a candlelight dinner with flowers just to have sex? If fireworks were allowed in Shanghai, would he have to line them up in a circle around the neighborhood? Wang Zijin finally retracted her feet. She sat cross-legged on the bed and said softly, I haven't thought about how to face Bao Bao. I mean, it's so awkward to suddenly change from a friend to a younger brother's girlfriend. Also, I'm not ready to have sex with you. Qin Zhe looked at her, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. It's like being in love, but I'm afraid of being ked. The corner of his mouth twitched. I'm already very happy to be able to confirm my relationship with Ace. Wang Zijin blushed and looked down. She said softly, can we go back to how we were before? I like my current life very much. Before I make up my mind, let's just maintain the status quo. You can't sneak into my room at night. It was hard to imagine that Wang Zijin would say such words. She sounded like a shy and longing little girl. Damn, Sister Ziwei, can you be a little more mature? Who wants to maintain the status quo with you? Qin felt so tired. What girlfriend? That's all fake. It was so hard to date a beautiful big sister, but the big sister said, A's, be good. You can't have sex with me. Flips table. Degree. Are you happy? Wang Zijin looked at him carefully, and her feet gently poked his thigh. I'm too impatient, Qin said softly. Sister Ziwei, this is your first relationship, right? Qin said, did you have a boyfriend in university? Speaking of which, he knew nothing about Wang Zijin's relationship history. Like many men, it was impossible for them to know how many exes their girlfriends had had. No. Wang Zijin shook her head. Before she met Qin, her pursuers were all handsome young men. After seeing so many outstanding men, it was inevitable that she got tired of them. That was when she ran away from home and came to Shanghai. She settled down in her best friend's house and got along with this salted fish from the Qin family for half a year. Inexplicably, she fell in love with him. She didn't know the reason. Was it because she enjoyed the warmth of a family? Or was it because she had seen so many outstanding men and met a stinky salted fish? She felt that he was different and fell in love. There were many reasons to like someone. Beauty, personality, figure, family background, etc. There were too many reasons and it was hard to explain. F***ck, that little b***tch has a brother complex. Maybe I have a salted fish complex. A salted fish complex for men. A salted fish complex for men. A salted fish complex with a black heart. Although I've never had a serious girlfriend, since we're in a relationship, our relationship should be different from ordinary people. Qin hinted. I know. Wang Zijin placed her hands on the bed and leaned forward. She pecked him on the lips and rolled her eyes. Are you satisfied? Wang Zijin thought for a while and added, in the future, I'll kiss you every day. Be good. Good night. Another peck. She ran away. Qin touched his lips. The sour taste of love. Happiness. Happiness, your sister. I've indeed gotten a fake girlfriend. Why are all my girlfriends so doggy? Satisfied my ass. Who wants to kiss you? Doggy girlfriend, you're not even as good as my sister Bao. But Sister Ziwei. That doesn't exist. Tisk, salted fish. The system said. Qin said, why did you come out? You're also doggy. If the host's determination was just a little bit stronger, the system would have issued a mission. The system said, Tisk, salted fish. Your body is very honest, but your heart is resisting. Qin lowered his head and looked at the raised tent. He slapped it down. Why are you raising your head? What does this have to do with you? You're also doggy. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 320. Reality proved that after a salted fish leaped into the air and did a 360-degree flip, it was still a salted fish when it landed. The person who invented the phrase, salted fish turn over a new leaf, was simply poisonous. In the end, Qin, whose iron rod was still a decoration, was both annoyed and sad. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could have sex with Sister Ziwei tonight. Women were too pretentious. They liked to play hard to get and accept things half-heartedly. Therefore, men should keep acting like hooligans. If they couldn't have sex once, they couldn't have sex twice. After a long time, they really couldn't have sex. After a long time, they would definitely have sex. If a man didn't act like a hooligan, he wouldn't have a chance at all. This was what Qin saw on the internet. The internet also said that the bottom line had to be constantly tested and broken. Then, they would be able to have sex naturally. In the past, Qinze had all kinds of peerless skills, but he didn't have anyone to spar with. Now, he had Sister Ziwei. It was Saturday. After breakfast, the Qin siblings chose to be salted fish at home. They didn't do anything and just rested for the day. For white-collar workers and gold-collar workers who lived a fast-paced life and had high work pressure, being able to wake up naturally on the weekend was the happiest thing. At 10 in the morning, Qin Bao changed into yoga clothes and practiced yoga on the yoga mat in the living room. Her two long legs were straight and well-proportioned, and her feet were white and tender. She was lying on her stomach with her arms on the ground. This posture was impossible for people with weak bodies. Qinze and Wang Zijin sat on the sofa. One was reading a novel, the other was watching a TV series. Sister Ziwei had a true love for TV series. She especially liked family dramas and palace dramas. No matter how melodramatic the plot or shocking the setting, she could watch it with relish. In Qinze's eyes, family dramas and palace dramas were the same. The male lead was handsome and cold. The female lead was naive and had an eye-catching buff. The male lead was deeply in love with the female lead, and the female lead was deeply in love with the male lead. However, in the early stages, the male lead would hate the female lead because of a misunderstanding. In the later stages, the female lead would hate the male lead for various reasons. Both sides would stab each other with a knife. If it was a period drama, then there was no doubt about it. The male lead must be the female lead's father's murderer. Once, Qinze asked her, "They're all the same. Don't you get tired of watching them?" Wang Zijin blinked her eyes and thought, "I'm tired of it, but you have to find the highlights yourself. If you look at it carefully, it will give you a lot of inspiration." Qinze asked again, "What inspiration?" Wang Zijin pointed to the palace drama she was watching and said, "Look, this Guifei pushed her own daughter into the water. Not only she framed her love rival, she also obtained Huangshang's sympathy. Living in the imperial palace was the same as living outside. It taught us that if we wanted to live well, we had to find a way to kill our competitors. Look at her ending. The emperor discovered her sinister and vicious nature and dragged her into the cold palace. This also shows that things that cannot be exposed must be hidden well. Men all liked naive, sweet, and innocent girls. She should never reveal her vicious fangs in front of men." Qinze broke out in a cold sweat. As he read the novel, Qinze's eyes couldn't help but move away from the phone screen and focus on his sister's body. To be more precise, his eyes were fixed on her chest, which looked like a mountain range from the side. The yoga suit was hanging loosely in the air. Her posture was basically revealing her fine hair. Unfathomable, unfathomable. Sister, the scenery is familiar. 36D red surpasses fire, the weapon hidden in the yoga suit. Suddenly, he heard the sound of teeth grinding. He turned his head and saw Wang Zijin glaring at him. "Ayaya, I've been cooped up at home all day. I also want to exercise my muscles and bones. Bao Bao, let me try yoga. *T, we just finished running this morning." Qin Bao heard this, straightened up, and stretched coquettishly. "Then you do it." She sat on the sofa and nudged her brother with her big butt. "Ace, help sister wash some grapes." Sister's little henchman went to wash the grapes. He did not notice Wang Zijin's resentful gaze at all. Qinze bought her some Ju-Fong grapes when he was running in the kitchen. Sister only ate grapes and did not eat raisins. She said that she could not spit out the skin of the raisins because it was disgusting. After washing the grapes, Qin Bao leaned on her brother and ate. Her red little mouth spat out the skin of the grapes. "Is it sweet?" Qinze asked. "Yes." Qin Bao smiled sweetly. "Then let me have some." Qin Bao fed her brother a grape. "Is it sweet?" sister's grapes. Qin gave her a thumbs up. It's sweet. Cough cough. Wang Zijin suddenly felt a pain in her chest and fell to the ground. Qin Bao Bao, come and help me, Wang Zijin called out. He's my boyfriend, but why do I feel like I'm being fed dog food? Bastard. Flips table. Help me press my waist. I can't bend down, Wang Zijin said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao moved over and knelt on Wang Zijin's back with a thud. She pressed her whole body to the ground and her face was on the ground. My waist, it's broken, ah. Wang Zijin screamed in pain. Not like this. Don't kneel on me, A's, help, Sister Ziwei, who was about to fall apart, broke down. Speaking of which, although Sister Ziwei exercised every day, she did not practice dancing. Even when she did a split leg, she felt her thighs burning. Of course, the flexibility of her waist could not be compared to that of Moaning Monster. Moaning Monster knelt for more than 10 seconds before she came to a sudden realization and pretended to be calm. Oh, Zijin, are you okay? It's all my fault. I didn't know when to stop. Wang Zijin lay on the ground and curled up into a ball. She looked extremely pitiful. Qin suddenly shuddered. He clearly saw his sister looking at Sister Ziwei coldly, just like how a boss would look at a salted fish or a group leader would look at a newbie. Did his sister know something? Wang Zijin, who was exhausted, climbed onto the sofa to rest. Qin Bao Bao continued to do her yoga. She still did a split. She put the grapes in front of her and ate them while doing yoga. Ace, help me press my waist, his sister said softly. Hurry up. Qin went behind his sister and pressed her down slowly with his palms on her back. Help me time it. 5 minutes. Okay. After a while, his sister started to pant. Her face was red, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Wang Zijin also recovered. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something interesting. She got up and crawled to the edge of the sofa. Then, she carefully leaned out and kissed Qin on the lips. Then, she looked at Qin Bao Bao from the corner of her eyes. Then, she leaned out again and kissed Qin on the face and lips again. This time, she stuck out her tongue and licked his lips. Qin Bao Bao didn't notice it at all. Qin was stunned. Damn, Sister Ziwei really knew how to play. So you're like this tissue. So exciting. It was like having an affair behind his sister's back. Something seemed wrong. Wang Zijin learned this idea from the internet. For example, a couple hugged and the girl kissed the other person. Another example was a couple hugging and the boyfriend was holding hands with another man behind their backs. Wang Zijin had an idea and started an experiment on the spot. It was super exciting. It felt so good to be cuckolding your best friend. Is there something wrong with this situation? Bastard, I'm the real girlfriend. Damn. Qin was dumbfounded. Sister Ziwei seemed to have suddenly eaten a dead fly. I brushed my teeth this morning. I didn't eat garlic. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. His phone rang. Is that my phone? No, it's mine. Qin took out his phone and called someone. It's our spicy old radish. He answered the phone. Dad. Are you free today? Grandpa Shen's deep voice sounded. Yes, my sister and I are at home. It's my day off. Qin automatically switched to his obedient son mode. Then come to school and help me with a class, Grandpa Shen said. Chapter 321. Class. Dad, what are you talking about? Why do I have to go to class? I don't have a teaching certificate. The police will arrest me. Chin-Zai was confused. I didn't ask you to attend any professional classes. The old man paused and sounded a little embarrassed. I promised the students last week that I would let you attend this week's public class. You're quite accomplished now. The juniors like you very much. Accomplished? Damn old man, you're so stubborn. It's 3 in the afternoon. Don't be late. The old man said, it's just to chat with the students and impart some of your experience. You'll also remember some of the lessons you learned while growing up. Yes, that's the most important. After that, the old man hung up. No, he hung up the phone. I'll go too. I'll go too. Qin Bao sat on the sofa like a duck and raised her snow-white wrist. I want to attend the class too. How are you going to cry? Or how are you going to shake your butt at your brother? Wang Zijin said disdainfully. Qin Bao chopped with her hand. Wang Zijin crossed her arms to block, then turned her palm into a claw and attacked her best friend's 36D. Qin Bao chopped away her best friend's dragon claw hand and stabbed her nose with her fingers like a sword. Wang Zijin tilted her head and dodged Qin Bao's attack. At the same time, she stabbed her vital point, the waist. The two of them kept attacking. Wang Zijin, in an instant, the killing intent was overwhelming. Sword light flashed. Chin-Zai, you guys have fun. I'm going to buy groceries. Chin-Zai sighed. The house fights were no longer enough to satisfy the sisters' growing hatred. Suddenly, he felt that the days ahead were dark. He should hurry up and invite Suyu over for dinner. She was very good at attracting firepower. If he cooperated from the side, the sisters would be able to defend themselves. But wouldn't that be too unfair to Su Tidy? No, Su Tidy might be very satisfied. Aw, the two little bitches hate me every day, so satisfying. Aw, I left an indelible scar in their hearts, so satisfying. His presence was overwhelming. Recently, Su Teddy had been acting coquettishly towards him. From time to time, she would throw him a coquettish wink. She was cold and arrogant in front of the employees, but once the door was closed, she would become an exceptionally delicate woman. However, Teddy Sue might not be willing to come to their house for dinner. She said that her two sisters were like wolves and tigers, and she was afraid of being bullied. Teddy was also a coward. She liked to cause trouble from afar. She took photos to discuss Qin Bao and Wang Zijin, but in the end, she was the one who got the cold shoulder, and he was the one who took the blame. TSK, these little bitches are not easy to deal with. Chin-Zai left home in melancholy and went to the nearby vegetable and fruit supermarket to buy vegetables. At the University of Finance. Today was Saturday, but some elective classes were still held as usual. In the office, the old man was drinking wolfberry tea while waiting for the public lecture in the afternoon. He had promised the students that he would invite his son to give a lecture today. Senior Chin-Zai's name was like thunder in the ears of everyone in the University of Finance and Economics. Everyone knew him. In recent months, the students had always asked about Chin-Zai during class, especially the female students. The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student A asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Chin-Zai has been so outstanding since he was young? Why did I hear from the seniors that they didn't know about Senior Chin-Zai before?" The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student B asked, "Miss Chin, can you help me get Senior Chin-Zai's autograph? If you agree, I promise that I will never skip your class." The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student C asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Chin-Zai has a girlfriend? If he does, then I can only skip your class every day. After all, every time I see you, I think of such sad things. Can't I just focus on class?" F*CK As for similar questions, the male students rarely spoke. The male students were more interested in their goddess, baby Chin, as well as their sexual interest. The students all knew that Professor Chin was a spicy old radish. Who would be stupid enough to ask his daughter's private matters in front of him? The female students could be shameless, but the male students didn't dare to ask. Miss Chin, does your daughter have a boyfriend? Miss Chin, is your daughter 34D or 36D? Do you want to take the makeup exam? Do you believe that I won't let you pass the makeup exam again and again? But after a long time, the old man found that it was quite good because the attendance rate of his classes was higher than before. His classmates liked to get close to him, and then the teachers in the school admired him. They praised him as a good teacher and a good father who took 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. He was a role model in the teaching world and an inspirational emperor in the father world. The old man was a scholar in his bones, and he liked flattery that didn't cost him a single cent. The reason he agreed to invite his son to his classes was not only to satisfy his own vanity, but also because the University of Finance and Economics had a lot of talented people. Every year, many financial talents were sent to society, and his son happened to run an investment company. These outstanding elites would prioritize his son's company. Old Chin Zhe is coming to the school to lecture. Professor Li walked in with a cup in his hand. How did you know? The old man was stunned. I heard it from the students. Professor Li put down his cup and sighed. When he completed the mathematical model on his own, I said that this kid is not a fish in a pond. Although the line was a little embarrassing, the old man enjoyed it very much. I'll also inform my students to come and listen and let them gain some experience. Professor Li said. Keep a low profile. The old man chuckled. Understood, understood. Professor Li smiled. A moment later, another teacher walked in. After greeting Professor Chin and Professor Li, he sat down and read quietly. The old man waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't speak, he coughed. Xiao Zhang, do you have classes this afternoon? Yes, they're behind you. What a coincidence. My son is coming to help me teach. You can let your students come and listen. If they're willing, they can come. If they're not, I won't force them. Ah, your son is coming to school. My goodness, I've even taught him before. I'll let those brats listen. They'll definitely benefit for life. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li, a moment later, another teacher came in. She said, Professor Li, let me refer to your lesson preparation materials. Professor Li, okay. The old man, Xiao Su, you don't have classes today, right? No, I still have a few topics to prepare. I'll stay in school to work overtime today. My son is coming to class in the afternoon. You can let your students come and listen and learn. Ah. Your son is coming to give a lecture. That's great. My daughter likes your son very much. I'll ask for a seat for her. I'll also inform the students. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li, Teacher Xiao Zhang, what a low profile. Thanks to the low profile publicity of a certain role model in the teaching world, as well as word of mouth among the students, the news of Chin Zhe is coming spread like wildfire on the school forum and between the male and female dormitories. It spread like a prairie fire. There were all kinds of screams in the female dormitory, as if a young male celebrity was coming to school. Chin Zhe is coming to his alma mater to give a lecture in the afternoon. Wow! Chin Zhe is lecturing. How exciting! Is it that Chin Zhe, the fast shooter Chin Zhe? Yes, he's our senior, Professor Chin's son. He's coming to give a lecture in the afternoon. I like him the most. He's handsome and talented. What time is it in the afternoon? Which teacher is it? It's 1:30 now. Let's go and get a seat. There won't be any left if we're late. The male dormitory, which was filled with the sound of typing, was also discussing this matter. Chinze is coming back to give a lecture. So what if he's coming? It's not like he's Qin Bao. I don't like him. It doesn't matter. Idiot, he's a big shot in the stock market. Don't you guys invest in stocks? I can guarantee that if we attend this lecture, we'll definitely gain a lot. And I heard from some students that he's a big boss. He opened his own investment company, which is in line with our major. Ask him for a business card, mobile phone number, or something. After graduation, you can apply for an internship with him. That makes sense. I've lost 2 months' worth of living expenses by investing in stocks. I've been borrowing money these days. Let's go, let's ask Senior Chinze how many stocks he wants. At 2:00, the old man's phone kept ringing. He opened the chat app and saw nearly 100 messages. Professor Chin, there are no more seats. We didn't get a seat. What's going on? Oh my God, Professor Chin, the seats in the classroom have all been taken by students from other classes, and from other departments, and people from outside the school are here too. Is my son's lecture so popular? I'm so jealous. Professor Chin, I didn't even get a seat. Those flirtatious sluts are really fast. I want to listen to your son's lecture too. Mwah. Which female student is this? How dare she send me such a message? The old man went to the class chat group again. They were all complaining. The students who didn't get a seat were cursing. Today was a Saturday. Most of the students were very free, and the seats were all taken early. Letting his son come to the class was just a small promise to the students. Considering that it was a weekend, he was afraid that his son would be embarrassed if there were too few students, so he did his best to promote it. He didn't expect it to be so popular. Other classes, other departments, and people from outside the school were also joining in the fun. They should be from a nearby school. The old man was caught off guard and had to apply for a large open class. The school approved without hesitation. The procedures were simple, and the university was happy to see it. Chinze was an intern. After he graduated, he would be an outstanding alumnus. The most important thing was his fame. Although he wasn't an artist, he was more famous than many artists and had countless fans. These days, it was common to hire singers to teach music, movie stars to teach acting, and celebrities to be university professors. And Chinze didn't need the school to pay for it. It was a big win. As the class approached, people kept pouring into the large classroom. Professor Su is here. Professor Zhang is here too. Hiss, almost half of the professors in our department are here. Everyone in school is here. There are also professors from other departments. I suddenly feel that these professors are here to listen to Chinze's stock promotion. The students whispered to each other. The group of professors not far away looked at each other and blushed. Chapter 322. That's right, we want to freeload on stocks. What's wrong with being a professor? Don't professors need to support their families? Professors don't earn money from whatever they buy. The professors complained in their hearts. Recently, old Chin always liked to show off in front of people. The professors also had times when they failed. They lamented, this stock clearly has a lot of potential, but why isn't it rising? This stock is not bad, right? It's a pity that I sold it too early. Recently, I've been duped by hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm wondering if I should sell my meat. Every time this happened, old Chin would say casually, the stock market has been doing well recently. I've earned tens of thousands again. You have to be more careful when you choose your stocks. There are too many bankers. A bull market cannot be predicted using normal methods. Ah, I actually touched the upper limit of 2 stocks today. The professors felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart again and again, and their hearts were cold. They asked him, "Old Sheen, share your experience. You're getting better at trading stocks." Old Sheen would laugh and say, "I don't trade stocks. I'm just a porter of the stock market. The stocks are all chosen by my son." The professors, F***CK. So what if you have a son? So what if your son is a god of stocks? Your son is also a fast shooter. The professors were sick of it. They didn't talk about stocks in front of Old Sheen anymore. As long as he came, everyone tacitly changed the topic. Everyone liked to act cool. However, the vulgar people acted cool, while the cultured people acted cool in front of people. The professors were envious, jealous, and hateful, but they couldn't ask about stocks. Old Sheen had a rule. He never helped others to trade stocks, nor did he help others to push stocks. Now, the opportunity was here. At 3:00, the students were looking forward to it. Outside the door, Professor Sheen walked in. He pressed his hand, and the classroom instantly quieted down. During the class week, I promised the students that I would let Sheen come over to talk to everyone and talk about his personal experience. It will be helpful for you when you enter society in the future. But I didn't expect him to be so popular. To be honest, I'm jealous of him. Every time I have a class, you either take sick leave or skip class. How dare we? We don't dare to skip your class. The students laughed. Old Radish. He never informed them about the test. He fought a surprise battle and then deducted their credits. The students who skipped class would cry. Cut the crap. Otherwise, you'll hate me. The old man looked at the door. Sheen came in. He didn't dress up too formally. He was dressed casually. Before he went out, his sister had meticulously combed his hair and styled it. "Ace, can you bring me along? I always feel that lectures are very fun." Sheen Bao said as she shook her butt. "What are you going to do? You're a celebrity. Your appearance fees are in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why should the University of Finance and Economics benefit?" Sheen said. "Then I'll wear sunglasses and a big brimmed hat." His sister hugged his neck from behind and acted coquettishly. "You've messed up my hair." Wang Zijin slapped her buttocks. After that, her sister stayed behind to argue with her best friend. After Sheen came in, there was a commotion in the office. Screaming and cheering. Sheen looked at the black mass of heads. In the corner of the room on the left, there was a group of bespectacled professors. He was a little surprised by the scene. At the same time, he was a little dazed. It turned out that in front of his sister, he was a salted fish. But in the eyes of others, he was a real big shot. "I'm a big shot. Salted fish, get rid of my dad. Professor Sheen called me this morning and asked me to come over and chat with his students. I really thought it was just a chat." He glanced at the vast crowd. "I'm really proud of my dad. TSK, they're all his students." There was a burst of laughter. The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Then let's chat. There's no need to introduce myself. Everyone should know me." Sheen said, "I'm also studying at the University of Finance and Economics. I'm currently doing an internship and haven't received my graduation certificate. When I first started my internship, I was cooped up at home trading stocks. When I had time, I wrote songs for my sister. She accidentally became famous." The students listened with great interest. "Later, when my dad found out that I was trading stocks, he almost beat me to death. He said, 'If you don't take the wrong path, you'll be useless for the rest of your life.' I had no choice but to find a job. At first, I wanted to work peacefully, trade stocks, and write songs. But in the end, I accidentally started a company. There was a lot of booing. The students laughed. Now I want to ask, Dad, is your son promising? Qinze smiled and looked at the old man sitting below. The old man's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. You're insulting me the moment you come up. This time, the laughter was even louder. The girls realized that this senior Qinze was a very interesting person in real life. The boys also smiled more. I don't know how to make a long and messy speech. You don't like to hear it either. If we want to chat, I'll give you a chance to speak. Qinze said, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Whoosh. Pairs of hands went up. The girl in the blue down jacket, you're the prettiest. You ask. The delicate girl with long hair stood up and smiled. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to meet tonight? Qinze gave her a look full of electricity. The long-haired girl blushed. She was about to muster up the courage to answer when she heard Qinze say, I'm just joking. Regarding the matter of a girlfriend, yes, I just got one yesterday. There was a lot of booing. The girls were very disappointed. The long-haired girl said, you have a girlfriend, we have hoes. There was a lot of laughter. The second question. That girl, you come. Senior, how did you become so outstanding? Everyone knows your talent in songwriting and your ability in trading stocks. You opened an investment company and an entertainment company during your internship for half a year. Can you tell us about your experience? Qinze thought for a moment. This is probably talent. The students booed loudly. They were all smiling. This senior was too funny. Next, I'll give you some chicken soup. Listen to what you want to hear and forget what you don't. Qinze said seriously, actually, I've not been smart since I was young. My dad can testify for me. There's always a feather duster at home. It's not used for dusting, but for hitting me. Before he finished, the students below burst out laughing. My dad can testify for me. I was beaten by my dad since I was young. I actually hate him for this. As the old saying goes, a filial son is born under a rod, but it also produces a talent. This sentence may not be completely correct, but it's definitely true. I know that with my talent, if it wasn't for his rod education and the rules he set for me, I would not only not be able to get into the university, but I would also have given up on myself. Compared to this useless son of mine, my sister Qin Bao Bao has been smart since she was young. She has a lot of pressure. Let's not talk about songwriting. Everyone has talent, but you haven't discovered it yet. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how trashy you are. No, how outstanding you are. Laughter rang out again. The students could tell that he was deliberately saying this. Senior, are you a crosstalk artist? Let's talk about my personal experience. Let's talk about studying. Everyone is tired of hearing that. Whether you study in school or work outside, you have to remember one word, research. The era of heroes was over. In the current era, knowledge was wealth. The quality of one's studies was not dependent on one's grades. Instead, it was dependent on whether one knew how to do research. With grades obtained through rote memorization and a diploma, one's starting point was higher than others, but one was destined not to go far. The CEO who marries a rich and beautiful woman will definitely be those who are willing to research and work hard. It won't be those who play games every day. Everyone has seen the small blackboard that I've been circulating. I've written an entire blackboard's worth of analysis for a stock. But you didn't see it. I've written 3 blackboards before. This is research. I started learning how to trade stocks at the beginning of July. Other than eating, sleeping, and occasionally writing songs, I locked myself at home. Every day, I studied and recharged. This is research. To solve a question, to analyze its inner mystery and the way to solve it. This is research. But many people will research the small details, but not the big questions, such as studies or work. The students were deep in thought. Okay, next question. This female student, you're here. Senior, in the video online, you said that you wanted to make 100 million yuan a month. Did you really achieve it? A girl who was dressed especially gorgeously looked at him expectantly. That was my starting capital. With it, I started a company. Qin Zhe nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Hiss. The students were not the only ones who gasped. The professors who were listening also sat up straight at this moment. It was not a joke. It was real. Did he really earn 100 million in just 1 month? Oh my God, it was a sum of money that ordinary people could never make in their lifetime. At first, there was silence. Then, the atmosphere became heated. In particular, some of the girls looked at Qin Zhe with eyes that had changed from implicit liking to aggressive covetousness. This kid, he just loves to show off. The old man's face was glowing. He felt proud. Next question, protest. Someone shouted, Senior, you keep asking girls to answer questions. You're too biased. The boys immediately echoed the protest. Qin Zhe said, Okay, this student, you do it. The boy who raised his hand in protest stood up excitedly and stared at Qin Zhe. He was Qin Bao Bao's fanatical fan. There was a question he had been holding back for a long time. It was a gossip from the internet. Now, he finally had the chance to ask. If he didn't take the opportunity today, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. This student. Qin Zhe said, Is there a problem? Yes, I was just thinking about it, he said. The internet said that Guo Zhengyu quit the cast of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach because he forced Qin Bao Bao to do a kissing scene, and Qin Bao Bao refused to do a kissing scene with anyone. So, you kicked him out of the cast. The boy pushed his glasses up, and a sharp light flashed through his lenses. Then, Senior, why did Qin Bao Bao agree to do a kissing scene with you after you became the male lead? And why didn't you use a stunt double? Senior, please answer directly. Chapter 323. You didn't even have the slightest bit of defense, nor did you have the slightest bit of hesitation. Qin Zhe didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill coming from the top of his head. His scalp went numb, and the hair on his back stood on end. As it went further down, his anus tightened. I'm done for. That was the only thought in Qin Zhe's mind. Then, there were many more thoughts that came one after another. It was especially complicated. Why did I agree to teach? As expected, being a salted fish is the best way to survive. If I just stay at home and be a salted fish, everything will be fine. I'm afraid I've lost my mind at that time. This little pervert, what a vicious knife. I, Qin Zhe, have brought my sister around for so many years, all kinds of kissing and occasionally having sex. Finally, the boat capsized. The students noticed that after that guy asked this question, the light smile on Senior Qin Zhe's face suddenly disappeared. There was a small noise in the classroom, and the students' eyes were shining as if they were gossiping. However, different from the students' happy attitude, Qin Zhe was keenly aware that a strange orange light flashed in the old master's glasses. He was shocked. That's murderous intent. No, I have to save myself before the old master's murderous intent locks onto me. In just a few seconds, various countermeasures floated through Qin Zhe's mind. If his brain was compared to a CPU, he was already overloaded. This matter was no longer a secret on the internet. It had been spread by people inside the crew. Guo Zhengyu didn't refute it, and many netizens took it as a tacit agreement. At the premiere, the reporter asked the siblings why they didn't use a stunt double for the kissing scene. He remembered that his sister was very generous at that time. Filming is an art, regardless of the subject. He remembered that he was also very open at that time. There's no such thing as a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It's all for the sake of art. Why the f*ck did I have to pretend? Just deny it and say that it's a stunt double. Now I'm finished. Most importantly, with the old man's intelligence, he might be able to connect it to the incident where his children tried to stop them from watching movies. Combined with this rumor, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't explain or argue about this matter. What I need to do now is to dispel the suspicion in my grandfather's heart. My mother was already suspicious. If my father was suspicious too, then there would be no point in playing this game. Sister Bao and I could only raise the white flag and say GG, praying for a better death. This question is very good, very good. Qin Zhe involuntarily raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Advanced acting mastery, activate. After the skill was activated, the haze between Senior Qin Zhe's eyebrows disappeared. The corners of his mouth were relaxed and his complexion was normal. Eggy smiled. At that time, it just so happened that my investment company was expanding its business. I don't know if anyone has noticed the entertainment news, but during that time, the production team's funds ran into problems. I know. I've seen it before. They said that the investor withdrew their investment, a classmate said loudly. Yes, that was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting in a movie. I quickly contacted the production team and planned to invest in the production team to film the movie. Qin Zhe said, my father said that blood is thicker than water. Broken bones are connected by tendons. Family members should help and support each other. When he said this, Senior Qin Zhe's expression was very excited. It was as if he was praising socialism. From his uncontrollable expression, it could be seen that he deeply respected his father. The students were in awe. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He was also gratified by his son's performance. He temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. After hearing this, the old man quickly analyzed 2 key points. 1. My daughter doesn't act in kissing scenes. 2. My daughter only acts in kissing scenes with my son. f*ck, I don't even dare to think about this. Perhaps out of professionalism, Guo Zhengyu rejected the substitute for the kiss scene. However, it was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she definitely couldn't adapt to this kind of kiss scene. There was a small stalemate. Coincidentally, Guo Zhengyu's schedule changed, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the production team. It wasn't like the rumors online that I kicked him out of the production team. After discussing it with the director, I decided to act as the male lead. Qin Zhe said in a casual tone, during the filming, I asked her, Sister, do you plan to go into the film and television industry in the future? She thought for a long time and nodded. Yes. I said that you can't always use a substitute. Acting skills need to be honed, not relied on a substitute. So there was this kissing scene. Actually, there was a big psychological barrier to acting in a kissing scene with her. However, since I chose to act as the male lead, I could only accept it. After all, I couldn't find a suitable lead in a short period of time. She resisted even more and didn't do it well several times. But in the end, she succeeded. For her, it was a qualitative leap in her acting skills. Yes, it was also a leap in my kissing skills. From the beginning to the end, Qin Zhe's words were reasonable. His expression was calm and composed. His frank and nonchalant attitude was very persuasive and convincing. First, I didn't want to act in a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It was because I couldn't find a male lead for the time being. Second, there are no father and son on the battlefield. There are no siblings on the stage. Everything is for the sake of art. Anything that is covered in the cloak of art will instantly become high and mighty. So that's it. The students thought. So that's it. The old man thought. So that's it. It's all for the sake of acting. Moreover, my son and daughter were very resistant. I was thinking too much. Then, Senior Chinze, will you still act in movies in the future? I really like the movies you act in, a girl asked. We'll talk about it in the future, Chinze said. Next time, I definitely won't act in a kissing scene with my sister. He thought to himself. This fog had to be erected properly and could not fall over. Next, he answered a few more questions and talked about his company with his classmates. He boasted about the strength of the company and encouraged his juniors to come to the company for internships. They would be treated well. He looked at his watch. It was about time. Finally, I'll answer one last question. This time, no one raised their hand. The students shouted, Senior, recommend a few stocks. Senior, we want high-quality stocks. Please. Senior, take us to show off and soar. The professor's lenses flashed sharply in unison. Chinze pondered for a moment and looked at the unactivated camera on the ceiling. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll recommend a few stocks that I'm more optimistic about. Those who invest in stocks can use it as a reference. Those who don't invest in stocks can just treat it as a show. He opened a private equity company. It was not like the public equity company that was restricted everywhere. This was not a public platform like Weibo. In fact, it was not a big deal for an individual to recommend stocks. Securities companies also recommend stocks to their clients every day. Chinze picked up the oil pen on the podium, turned around, and wrote on the blackboard. Groups of eyes stared at the blackboard. Senior Chinze is going to write stocks. Quick, take a notebook and write it down. Whether we can make a fortune or not depends on this wave. It's really a wise decision to come to the lecture today. It's not a loss. Some students wrote it down on paper. Some students directly took out their mobile phones and opened the stock trading software. They saved the stocks that Chinze wrote down in the self-selected stocks. The professors whispered to each other. Are these stocks okay? A few of them are inflated, right? Who cares if they're inflated or not? Write them down first. Later, we'll pick better stocks from them. Yes, quickly write them down. This time, we'll earn back the capital and interest. Look at old Chin. He's not writing. Why should he? He's not investing in stocks. He's a porter of the stock market. Hey, this old guy. Chinze wrote down the names and codes of 10 stocks on the blackboard. There were military stocks, infrastructure stocks, agricultural stocks. These were the stocks that he was interested in recently. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. After a long time, no one knows what will happen, he said. The students nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks or mobile phones. A short period of time, a week at least, half a month at most. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The first reaction of the students was not to pack up and leave the classroom. Instead, they swarmed over and touched Chinze up close. He was surrounded by people, all of whom were girls. The boys were green with envy and jealousy. Chinze, what's your mobile phone number? Chinze, on the day you come back to get your graduation certificate, you must not sneak away. Chinze, I love you. The girls screamed. Senior Chinze, I love you. Suddenly, there was a rough voice. Damn, who is it? Their view of love is too skewed. He looked around. There were too many people and he could not find the guy who shouted just now. Then, the female students pestered him for autographs. Qin signed them one by one. Those who wanted to write on their faces were ignored. Those who wanted to write on their breasts. Of course, he ignored them. In private, he would agree, but in public, he had to be careful. Unless he made a mosaic. After getting rid of the students, he followed his old man to the office. Along the way, the old man looked at him strangely. Qin could not understand the strange look in his father's eyes. He began to make wild guesses. This salted fish has really made a comeback. My son is so outstanding. There must be something wrong with this salted fish and sisters kissing scene. When they reached the office door, Qin's expression was unnatural. Dad, what are you looking at? The old man glared at him. What's wrong with looking at you? Qin was speechless. Well, you're the old man. You can look as you wish. You didn't let me down. The old man said. Qin grinned. For the first time in so many years, his father praised him to his face without being pretentious. Qin, who had been whipped by his father for many years, felt sour in his heart. This cheat was worth it. But I'm still not satisfied. The old man glared at him. Still not satisfied? Do you have to force me to punch the greyhound of the east and step on the black cat of the sky before you reluctantly accept me, this good-for-nothing son? I'm very good. Even my mother praised me for being promising. I'm very good. My mother knows, but my father doesn't know. You and Siu have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. But even if she is wholeheartedly devoted to you and helps you manage the company, you haven't clarified your relationship with her until now. The old man tapped his son's head with his finger. In fact, you still lack a sense of responsibility. If you hadn't calmly disclosed your relationship today, I would have beaten you to death in front of your mother the next time we go home. Beat me to death in front of my mother, Qin. What's the situation? Siu and I have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Did you read the wrong script? Qin was stunned. He felt that something had happened that he didn't know. So flustered. My father. When did he know Siu? Oh my God. Chapter 324. Siu, she. When did she hook up with my dad? Qin had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered that he personally gave Suyu's email to the old man, and he personally opened a door for Siu to make trouble. Although I don't know what Teddy said to my dad, the old man obviously regarded her as my girlfriend. Dad, my girlfriend is Z. Qin stopped fiercely. According to my dad's temper, once I say this, he will beat me up without saying anything, and then listen to my explanation. I can't be beaten for nothing. Dad, how do you know Siu? Qin asked. Didn't you give me her email last time? Speaking of Siu, the old man showed a satisfied smile. Siu is a sensible girl, smart and capable, and knowledgeable. I am very relieved to have her help you take care of the company. Dad, how do you know that Siu is capable? Bah, now is not the time to complain. Dad, in fact, Siu and I, the old man patted his son on the shoulder and interrupted him. It doesn't matter if men like to play, Dad was. Anyway, you know it. But you have to know how to take responsibility. Bao Bao said that you like Zijin. Dad knows that Zijin is a good girl, beautiful and virtuous, but Siu is not bad either. So you want me to marry both of them? Qin's eyes lit up. Pa! A scalp hit Qin's head without warning. The old man's eyes widened, and for a moment, he suddenly sighed. Dad still understands your idea. Young people always think about it. But the ideal is very full, and the reality is inevitably thin. Since you have a relationship with Suyu, you have to be responsible for her, you know. My God, what did Suyu say to my dad? Can I explain it clearly? And Suyu is also beautiful, no worse than your sister. Such a beautiful girl, it's really cheap for you. The old man smiled. Suyu is really beautiful, and her appearance is 666, but I always feel that something is wrong. This, your sister, should be changed to Zijin, right? That was the right style. No, Dad, you haven't seen Suyu. Chin-zae was stunned. If he remembered correctly, his dad only knew Suyu at most. He even knew that Suyu was beautiful. Grandpa Xing took out his phone from his pocket. I've seen her photo. He opened the chat software and showed his son his chat with Suyu. In the chat history, there was a beautiful selfie of Suyu, with long black hair, a delicate face, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and a peace sign. Other than the fact that her body wasn't as sexy and seductive as her sister's, her looks weren't too far off. Chin-zae was speechless. At the same time, he saw the chat records of the old man and Suyu. Uncle, Chin-zae has been ignoring me for the past few days. This brat, I'll teach him a lesson another day. Uncle, Chin-zae doesn't play with me at night. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Uncle, can you help me build a model someday? Okay. Chin-zae was speechless. He didn't know what to say. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have given Suyu a chance to be a demon. I'll go to the company tomorrow and let that witch know the power of my iron rod. Punishing evil and promoting kindness like a Buddha. Grandpa Xing took back his phone and said, bring her home for dinner someday and let your mother see her. Your mother will be very happy. Dad, you didn't tell Mom, did you? Chin-zae was taken aback. If Mom knows, Sister will definitely know. If Sister knows, Sister Ziwei will definitely know. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Hey, that's not right. Why am I guilty? I'm fine with Suyu. I might as well reveal this to Mom and dispel her doubts, and then explain it to Sister. Killing two birds with one stone. When you bring her home one day, it's not too late to tell your mother. Give her a surprise. Grandpa Xing laughed. That's fine. Chin-zae said goodbye to his father and left the university. In a luxurious office. It was a European-style layout, a full set of Armani furniture, abstract oil paintings hung on the wall, but the coffee table was made of handmade yellow rosewood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The few gadgets on the coffee table were even more amazing. The teapot was a Yongjing butterfly-patterned lid of the Qing dynasty, and Gujing Zhou clay teapot, revealing a majestic aura. However, the overall feeling was a combination of things, like drawing a tiger or a dog, which was neither. Behind the desk sat a man with a dignified aura, handsome, thin, and spirited eyes. Chao Bing, my ex-husband. Chao Bing looked at the information in his hand. Chin-zae, male, born in 1995, he and sister-in-law didn't know each other for a long time, about half a year. In 2 months, he frequently went in and out of sister-in-law's house. I checked and found that he was a tutor for Dong Lai. For the time being, I didn't find out that he has a close relationship with sister-in-law. As for the investment company, there is a woman named Suyu. She is sister-in-law's friend, or because of this relationship, she invested in Baozi. The man in a suit stood in front of the desk and reported. But this can't explain the transfer of shares of Tianfeng Entertainment. Nan Man has invested a lot of money and manpower in this company. With her stubborn character, she will never give up without making some achievements. And she doesn't lack 1 or 200 million yuan. Chao Bing put down the information and looked at his subordinate. Baozi and Tianfeng are not fat, but they are not thin either. Moreover, have you seen your sister-in-law so closely tied to a business person for so many years? Ah, Dong was silent. The relationship between sister-in-law and this guy named Shin Zae was not ordinary. At least, it was not as simple as a business partner. Boss was on a long journey to reconcile with sister-in-law, and the destination was still far away. At this time, any man who had a close relationship with sister-in-law would be on the list of targets to be killed. He took out a small pistol and started shooting. That day, I shamelessly stayed at Nan Man's place for a meal and happened to meet this guy. Dong Lai and Ziki called him uncle. Guess what Nan Man's reaction was? Chow Bing pursed his lips. She didn't object. Ah, Dong, you have been with us for more than 10 years. What do you think this means? Ah, Dong hesitated. It means sister-in-law doesn't dislike him. You don't have to be so reserved. Not only does she not dislike him, she has a good impression of him. Chow Bing clicked his tongue. This guy is really outstanding. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't be compared to you, boss. Although Dong said this, he was worried for his boss. A young and outstanding man who was also handsome and had a rising career. He felt that he would be a strong rival for his boss. Most importantly, the other party was very young. A 23-year-old guy. TSK, a 23-year-old's waist was much better than a 32-year-old's. Chow Bing's finger pointed at Shin Zae's information, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart. This kid's family background was mediocre, and after following the vine for a long time, he still couldn't find any big information about his background. His mother was a housewife. His father was a university professor. His sister was a popular singer. He ran 2 companies himself. As for the investment company, it only dealt in stocks and futures. Other businesses that relied on background and connections were not doing well. This meant that he was really speculating in stocks and made a fortune in the bull market. Such a young man must be arrogant, but his IQ should not be below average. How did he become tough in front of Nan Man and himself? What was his confidence? It should be known that many young men who were worth more than Shin Zae could not be tough in front of Nan Man. I want to arm wrestle with this young man, Chow Bing said. Let's see if he is tough or if I am tough. Ah, Dong perked up. Boss, do you want to go in the light or the dark? Doesn't he have 2 companies? I want to compete with him first. Chow Bing said. After the discussion, Dong went out to do some work. Chow Bing leaned on the office chair, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. He became a disciple of a big boss in the north when he was 10 years old. That spring, when the peach blossoms first bloomed, he saw a girl with 2 braids in a deep courtyard hidden by layers of flowers and trees. She was 7 years old that year. Many years later, when Chow Bing recalled the scene, he felt that the only thing missing was an old Cantonese song as the background music. Later, her father was caught and killed because he was involved in too many shady businesses. He single-handedly supported the Pei family's business and gave Nan Man Pei and her sister a backing. The story of a senior brother loving his junior sister had a perfect ending. That was the woman he loved. He thought that he would live a peaceful and happy life with the woman he loved. Later, he became Chen Shimi and destroyed his marriage with his own hands. He watched Shin Zae's movie, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. When he finished watching the ending, his ex-husband sat in the movie theater and smoked a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist, Shanji, had the same experience as him. However, Shanji did not know who his true love was until he died. He was different. He only loved one woman from the beginning to the end. However, this woman was too unique. He had tried so hard to win her heart back then. After so many years, he was not confident that he could make Nan Man Pei stay by his side without any status. He had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Most of his businesses were in the north and he had a listed company in Shanghai. He stayed in Shanghai for a few months in the name of a business trip and only returned to the north on weekends. What really made him feel hopeless was not the sudden appearance of a local from Shanghai, but Pei Nanman's attitude towards him. She did not hate him, nor did she hate him. She was not sad, nor did she beat her chest with her little fists and scolded him for being a heartless person. It was like they were strangers. Maybe they were friends. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to stay for dinner. But this was what scared his ex-husband the most. I treat you as my true love, but you treat me as your friend. Did she really fall in love with someone else? His ex-husband thought of this sad possibility.